Bueno, muy buenos días tengan todas y todos ustedes. Bienvenidos
Well, good morning, ladies and
al
gentlemen.
inicio de los
Welcome
trabajos de este
to
foro global
the
sobre
beginning
la
of this
democracia.
Global Forum on Democracy.
Una edición que pretende
This is an edition
retomar
that
la larga
aims
tradición
to
que
retake
durante
the long
prácticamente 20
tradition
años el
that
Instituto entonces Federal Electoral y
the
luego
back
Nacional
then the
Electoral de México
Federal Electoral Institute, now
sostuvo
the
como una
National Electoral
práctica para
Institute, has been doing for
periódicamente
20
analizar los
years
problemas de
to
la
frequently
democracia
analyze the issues
latinoamericana.
of Latin American
Hemos
democracy.
considerado
We
en esta
have
primera edición a nivel global
considered for
del
this
mismo
first global
escalar
edition
esta
of the
buena
same
práctica
to
para
scale up this good
llevarlo a
practice
una
in
reflexión
order
mucho más
to
integral de
have a more
problemas que están afectando
comprehensive
a las democracias
reflection
en
of
todo
issues
el
that
mundo.
are
Permítame
impacting
empezar
democracies
agradeciendo a
around the
ponentes,
world. I'd
moderadores,
like to start
invitados
thanking
especiales y
speakers,
organismos
moderators,
convocantes
special guests,
por su
and
interés y
other
compromiso
electoral
para
bodies
poder
that helped
concretar la
us
celebración de
to
este primer foro global
host
sobre
this
la
first
democracia.
global forum
Para
on
organizar
democracy.
un espacio de reflexión como este,
To
en el
have
que
a forum
analizaremos
like this one where we will
desde diferentes
analyze from
experiencias y
different
enfoques
standpoints and
algunos de los principales
experiences
desafíos que han
some of the
enfrentado
main
nuestras naciones
challenges
y de
our
manera
nations
especial el
have
rol que han
faced, and
desempeñado
especially
las
the
autoridades
role
electorales
that
para llevar
electoral
a buen puerto
authorities
las
have played
elecciones y
in
contribuir
order
con ello a la
to have
recreación de la
successful
democracia en nuestros
elections and
países. Se
to
requirió
build
de mucho
democracy in our
más que
countries,
meras buenas
and we needed
intenciones.
a lot more than good
Múltiples sugerencias
intentions.
sobre temáticas,
A lot of
hipótesis de
suggestions
trabajo,
regarding
experiencias,
topics,
casos relevantes
experiences,
y
relevant
especialistas
cases, and
fueron
specialists
procesadas
were
hasta llegar al
processed
contenido que se
until we
analizará en
got
estos
to
2
the
días de
contents
trabajo
that
que tendrán como
will
hilo
be
conductor el
analyzed
tema
today and
de el
tomorrow,
papel de
which
los
will be
organismos
focused
electorales en la
on
gobernabilidad
the role
democrática.
of
Por
electoral
ello, agradezco
bodies in
sinceramente a nombre de
democracy
las
worldwide.
consejeras y
So I would
consejeros
like to
electorales
thank,
del Instituto
on
Nacional
behalf
Electoral
of
de México,
the
las
electoral
aportaciones
counselors
de
of the National
acompañamiento y
Electoral
respaldo
Institute of
de la
Mexico,
Fundación
the
Kofi Annan,
support of the
de la
Kofi Annan
Comisión de Venecia del
Foundation,
Consejo
the
de Europa,
foundation,
de la
the
Fundación Internacional para los
Commission of
Sistemas
Venice,
Electorales AIFES,
the
del
IFES,
Instituto Interamericano de
the
Derechos Humanos, del
Inter-American
Instituto
Institute of Human
Internacional para la
Rights, the
Democracia y la
International
Asistencia
Institute for
Electoral, IDEA
Democracy
Internacional,
and
y
Electoral
de la
Assistance,
Organización de
International
Estados
IDEA, and
Americanos.
the
A todas las
OAS.
personas y las organizaciones que
All
nos
the
han
individuals
apoyado,
and the
así
organizations
como a
who have
las y
helped
los
us, as well
participantes,
as
les
the
reitero mi
participants and
agradecimiento y
attendees, I would
reconocimiento.
like to
Sin ustedes,
extend
este
you
primer
the
foro
warmest
global
welcome.
sobre la democracia
Without
no habría
you,
sido más
this
que una
first
buena
global forum on
iniciativa.
democracy
Pero
wouldn't have been
después
more
de
than a good
tantas
initiative.
agendas que
But
se
after
tuvieron
so
que
many
alinear,
agendas that
el
had
que
to
todos ustedes
come
estén aquí
together, the fact of
garantiza que
having
el
all
foro
of you
será un
here
espacio
will
rico en
guarantee that this
experiencias
forum
e
will be
ideas que nos ayudarán
a
a
space where
todas
we
y
will be
todos
able to
a contribuir
exchange
al
knowledge and
fortalecimiento de la
experiences in order to
democracia en
strengthen
una época de
democracy
cambios
in
sociales y
stage
tecnológicos,
where we
de
are
incertidumbre sobre
undergoing
el futuro y
uncertainty
de
about the future,
desencanto
a lot of
con las
changes,
instituciones
social
y la
changes,
forma de hacer
technological
política que
changes, and a
heredamos
lot of
del siglo pasado.
disenfranchisement
Muchas gracias, bienvenidos y mucho
towards
éxito
democratic
en los trabajos de este foro.
institutions. So thank you very much and welcome.
Sí. Continuamos en la parte del programa. En este caso tendría
Okay, so we will continue with the
el uso
agenda.
de la palabra el señor Anthony Bambury, quien es el
Now,
presidente
Anthony
de la
Bambury,
Fundación
who is the
para
president
Sistemas
of
Electorales, IFES.
IFES, or International Foundation for Electoral Systems. The
Mr.
floor is
Bambury,
yours.
is yours the floor.
There we go. Hello, good morning, everyone. Hi, it's nice to see you all.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días a todos. Es un placer verlos a todos. Lo único malo es que solamente los estoy viendo en una pantalla y no en persona.
Deep thanks to my friend,
Quisiera agradecerle
President
de todo
Vine,
corazón
Lorenzo Cordova, and all my friends at the National Electoral Institute of Mexico. And also thanks and greetings to those who are involved in putting this conference together at the Venice Commission, the Kofi Annan Foundation,
en la organización de este evento,
IDEA. I'm sure my feelings of regret that we're not able to be together are shared by many of you. Just before the COVID pandemic really started to spread, I was very honored to attend the third plenary session of the Global Network of Electoral Justice in November in Los Cabos. And I have very fond memories of that meeting. I look forward to hopefully seeing many of you in person in the not too distant future at events such as this. I was also able and fortunate to be able to witness the midterm federal elections in Mexico on June 6th of this year that the INE had organized. And it was yet one more example of how the INE has consistently shown its commitment to delivering inclusive and transparent elections for one of the world's largest democracies. And I think we all see INE as a true leader in so many areas of election administration and international cooperation. I think through the years, INE has really been a model to follow, not only in its advanced election administration processes, but also through its contributions to these wider global efforts to strengthen democracy. Hundreds of election officials from around the world and staff of EMBs have passed through INE's hallways, participating in specialized trainings, observing elections, engaging in workshops. And this global commitment has been underpinned by INE's very laudable strategic vision, as well as its ability to facilitate excellent substantive dialogue and deliberation on the status of democracy, as we see in this forum today. And I'm so impressed by the participants in the forum, the quality of the participants, and I'm sure it's going to be a really engaging discussion. So my congratulations and thanks to the INE and Lorenzo and all the colleagues from the INE for organizing this and inviting me. I'd like to just make some remarks at a very strategic level that I think is perhaps helpful to facilitate an effective study and understanding of the challenges that are outlined in today's agenda. The agenda says, and this is a quote, the pandemic changes in global geopolitics, the environmental crisis, and a rearrangement towards a new and functional international system. Each of these compel us as officials from various institutions, but all with some significant responsibilities, to work tirelessly and together to understand the challenges to democracy and to strengthen democracy where it is advancing and to defend it where it is under assault. For over 3 decades, IFES has been engaged with the critical issues of election administration and democracy, but never before have we collectively seen such an expansion, an acceleration, and a deepening of the threats to electoral integrity and democratic values as we are seeing today. At the end of the Cold War, governments and people around the world acted under a belief that liberal democracy had vanquished an authoritarian system. Democracy had won. But we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years an unprecedented assault on that belief, on democracy. We increasingly see malign foreign actors colluding with authoritarians and their political and financial cronies to undermine democratic governance. We see the weaponization of technology and the selling of licit and illicit disinformation services to those who seek to gain power by deceiving their populations, by deceiving the voters. And of course, we see the continued very insidious impact of corruption on the ability of governments to meet the expectations of their people. And just as corruption impedes a government's ability to deliver on what the population needs and expects, that failure to deliver undermines the faith of the population and the electorate in the government, thereby weakening democracy. I imagine when we hear from our colleague from International IDEA a bit later in this session, presenting their new report on the global state of democracy, that it will not all be good news. But one really important difference between that Cold War bipolar world and a clash of systems and now is that even authoritarians, dictators, autocrats feel somehow the need to get a perception of legitimacy for their role by conducting elections and claiming victory at the ballot box. The recent elections in Nicaragua provide a particularly compelling example of that, but we see dictators all around the world going through the ritual of elections. And this perceived need of dictators to go to the polls and claim a legitimacy through the expression, even manufactured, of the will of the people, give those of us, all of us here, our organizations who are committed to democracy, a chance to really make advances. I think, though, that we would all recognize that the challenges are so great that we cannot, and of course we should not, seek to confront them through institutional isolation. We can't do it alone. IFES dramatically changed our mission in 2019, 2 years ago, and broadened it from a focus on electoral integrity to democracy. For all of these reasons, but the first word in our mission is together. Together we build democracies that deliver for all, and that reflects an understanding that these problems are so deep that we need to work together in order to achieve the objectives that we all share in common. Certainly IFES is committed to developing, in collaboration with our hundreds of partners in countries around the world, the new tools and new understandings and new approaches that are so desperately needed in order to support democracies, resist democratic backsliding, and shore up fragile institutions, democratic institutions. And again, I really want to thank the INE for convening us today, because the world needs the kind of leadership that INE has been demonstrating, including by bringing democratic institutions and organizations together for conversations like this. And it's through that kind of partnership that collectively we'll be able to confront and resist these assaults on democracy. But now is the time to pursue big ideas to address these systemic challenges to democracy. Now is the time to think of solutions, not just to single acts of repression, but to the problems of malign actors usurping democratic systems and institutions to extend their autocratic rule. Our partners our core partners in this work will always be those on the front line of democratic legitimacy, and that's all of you. But how electoral bodies approach innovation and adaptation to these emerging threats is absolutely critical to maintaining both electoral integrity and public trust. There are such active efforts to undermine faith of people in democratic institutions, electoral management bodies, independent state institutions whose functioning is critical to democracy in a society, electoral tribunals, anti-corruption bodies, campaign finance bodies. The efforts to capture those bodies or undermine the faith of the population in them, it presents an existential threat to democracy, and we all need to work together to shore them up. So at a time when everything is more complex, more challenging, it is really reassuring to gather in spaces of dialogue like the one provided by INE today. it is through dialogue like this and spaces like this that we can share our experiences and learnings, and that together we can find solutions to these very serious challenges that democratic systems around the world face. So I look very much forward to hearing from the other panelists, the distinguished panelists, and to the results of this forum. And it's a great opportunity. Again, I want to thank and congratulate Lorenzo and all of the INE. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the moderator of this panel is Lorenzo Cordova, who will come after Dr. Dieter Nolan and Dr. Daniel Sovato. So please go ahead, Mr. Lorenzo, for the next speaker. Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you, Tony, for your comments. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to not only a friend of all of us, but also an intellectual who is highly respected and who has been a teacher of several generations of many of us, Professor Dieter Nolan. It is an honor to have you here, Dieter. The amount of texts that you have published are the foundations and are extremely important to understand the realities, and it is an honor to have you here. Please go ahead, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Lorenzo, for this very short and nice introduction. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of exchanging some ideas with all of you. And this, of course, will also enrich my experience. From my historical and empirical focus or approach, this is a very important topic and a very challenging topic. We are occupied and preoccupied by the development of democracy, especially in this context. So we have to take into account the importance of the variable, which is the context. What do we think about when we talk about a change in an age or a stage? First, we can talk about the digital change, a global trend that continues to grow and is very different from region to region and country to country. Many studies assume the existence of the digital era as a result of a change of countless interrelated aspects that have to do with the development of the states, for instance, digital infrastructure and social equality or inequality in reaping those benefits. The biggest importance regarding the main point here resides in the abundance of information offered to a public of a different intellectual development without opening spaces to reflect upon what has been consumed. So regarding politics, the complexity of processes can surpass the users and take us to solutions that are too easy, that are offered by political leaders that are not fully committed to democracy and the rule of law. An expression of this technological factor is a structural change of communication due to the creation of the new social media that have a huge impact on the political and electoral processes. Such as the representation of interest and dispute resolution. And I'm talking about specifically about political stakeholders depending on the degree of distribution, and they usually try to spread misinformation and hate, which erode on the trust of the people have on the EMBs and the government. And former President Trump, who did not accept the electoral results against him, and also tried to instigate a rebellion. Trump made visible the possible dramatic consequences of the intolerant, irresponsible, and polarizing power of social media. And also at a political theory level in this new era.
Recording in progress.
We are facing the epistemological challenge. What is the truth? How to deal with alternative truths when we even have to deal with the consensus of the dialogue that obeys to these rules or institutions. Just like Barack Obama mentioned, when we lose the capacity of discern between a lie and the truth, we lose a basic condition for the good performance of democracy. In this way, a factor to mark a division could also include the pandemic and the irresponsible denial. As a pandemic, the boom of conspiracy theories, fostering of trends of dividing instead of joining together, the division between, or the divide between vaccinated and unvaccinated, between freedom and responsibility, even though these values complement each other. Even the challenge of a part of a radicalized society leaves the common sense. At an international level, globalization is taking steps back, and it's reclaiming sovereignty. The pandemic also evidenced the dangerous trend of weakening the rules that we used by trial and error, based on the teachings of philosopher Karl Popper. A change in age can also refer to climate change, which is the most global phenomenon possible. It affects all humankind, and it threatens to continue to get worse in the following years, and the governments with the highest number of toxic emissions are not able or have not been able to change course. In order to face this challenge, we need to change justice and solidarity, especially when it comes to an intergenerational change. Now, regarding political confrontation and climate change, activist association play a role. And there's a dynamic activist that not only is bringing this to the forefront, but also operates with the rules in mind. For instance, mandatory schooling as a strategy in the fight against climate change. And we assume that the objectives make the means legitimate. And all these challenges and changes have an impact on the satisfaction or dissatisfaction with democracy, the trust towards institutions, and the availability of society that respects interrelated objectives and rules. Now, if we go to the terms that are behind the change of age and we talk about political and social perceptions in Latin America, the first thing that we must make sure of is that we must perceive historical development as nonlinear. The idea that we had 40 years ago in the midst of the third wave of democratization, of just waiting for the victory of democracy as a final result, was already doubtful back then. And of course, it didn't happen. As a contrast, we have in this century the dichotomy between democracy and authoritarianism. Latin America went back dramatically. What has changed are the protagonists of this ebb and flow between democracy and dictatorship. While in the past, these came from outside the political system, i.e. the military that would intervene in politics. But today, the protagonists of authoritarianism come from within the political system itself. They win elections and they use democratic instruments to convert them and to turn them into authoritarianism tools. And the stage that was marked by the fall of authoritarianism, by the third wave of democracy, and the enthusiasm for liberal democracy, the motto of its protagonist was the extension and deepening of democracy, thought about in terms of more inclusiveness and participation, in a better political performance and better performance when it comes to public policies. So to summarize, it's just the quality of democracy. But currently, in the midst of frustration and disenfranchisement with the way EMBs work and the results of elections, economic growth, liberal democracy has lost several things. The trust in this democracy has been waned, and now the activists and institutions must help it. So classic democracy is being challenged, especially by populist authoritarianism. And even though this current maintains elections, parliaments, and EMBs, it turns them into instruments for authoritarian power. The impact of populism is such that in social senses, we are already talking about the stage or the age of populism. To wrap up, I would like to ask, how can we move forward? We must defend what we have achieved regarding values for democracy, tolerance, responsibility, trust, believing in the dignity of institutions and liberal democracy and the rule of law due to its own regulatory merit, to trust them, to join instead of to divide. Not to get seduced by devastating talking points based on intolerance and lack of trust. We need to delve deeper into authoritarian populism and their ideological variables as rhetoric that seduces, as a discourse of power, as a challenge for democracy, for the state, and for the institutions. And we must try to find adequate answers, suitable answers for this context that I hope can be provided by speakers in more specific panels in this global forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear Dieter. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And now to continue with this round table, inauguration table, I'm going to give the floor to a very good friend of the National Electoral Institute from a long time ago, a character that, as Tony Vambury from IFES, Dieter from the chain, he has been together with us in the democratization processes and regarding also the challenges that electoral integrity specifically and democracy is experiencing currently in our region. So I'm going to give the floor to my dear friend, Daniel Zovato, who is the regional director for IDEA International. Go on, Daniel, please. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And thank you for this invitation. Thank you for inviting us to be a part of this forum. It's a very huge honor and pleasure to participate with you, with Dieter, with you, but with other friends like Manuel Carrillo, Richard Solier, that since 1987 with Clifton White, for example, we have had almost 40 years fighting for democracy. So my ideas are going to be organized in 4 different pillars. The first one is the status of democracy. Number 2, situation of a democracy in our region. Third, the characteristics of new authoritarianism that Dieter has exquisitely outlined them. And the question of Lenin 1 century ago. What do we do before this? What's the situation? First of all, we are in the worst era that we have had that started in 1974, 1975, not only because we are changing an era, but because we have gone in a bipolar manner 3 decades ago with this huge optimism of Fukuyama telling that history has ended to the moments that we are living today, where book after book, from the way the democracy dies to ear wins and so on and so forth, to all the reports of the main institutions, Freedom House, i.e. the economy, the intelligence unit of the Economist, or the report of VDEM, and our own report of International IDEA that was submitted 2 days ago, which you are invited to download or to read it in our website. It's marking the huge and growing level of authoritarianism that is growing at the regional level in our region. 2019 and 2021 are terrible times for democracy. That we are in a coup, that we are on their side. We have 15 years uninterrupted of being without civil freedoms. And the Economist says something different. VDEM says that 68% of world population is living a closed autocracies or electoral autocracies. Our report of International IDEA has similar information. 2/3 of the world population is living in autocratic regimes or hybrid regimes, and only 9% of worldwide population is living really in high performance democracies. And that they identify, on the other hand, that we are losing democracies or democratic regimes. We have gone from 104 to 98. In the last 2 years, we have lost 45% of the countries are experiencing a deepening of the processes, of the autocratization processes. I mean, almost half of the countries of the world, that a number of democracies that continue to be democracies are deteriorating regarding quality, specifically because the power division is being weakened, because the rule of law is weakening, because the restrictions regarding human rights, specifically freedom of speech, is being deteriorated, because the spaces of the social the civil society are narrowing down. And these are two important aspects, the very, very severe moment that we are passing through. And on the other hand, the urgency to act with a certain determination to face this democratic recession that we are facing. A topic to debate, which is very important for me, is, are we before a global democratic recession, or are we going into the first stages of a democratic counterwave? I think this is something very important that we have to analyze. And because there is also a phenomenon, it's not a trend that is impacting only the peripheral democracies or the young democracies or the fragile democracies. No, this is a phenomenon that is impacting all democracies, all new democracies, those that were consolidated as well as the fragile ones. In our report, we point out 10 countries: Turkey, Nicaragua, Serbia, Poland, Brazil, Slovenia, Hungary, and Mauritius. These are the 10 countries that are really suffering and diminishing their democracies now. At the Latin American regional level, if at a worldwide speaking, we are passing a bad moment, we have lost 6 democracies, a third of the democratic regimes. 12 have gone to authoritarian systems that have united Cuba, and another 4 have gone through democracies, to low performance democracies, to hybrid regimes. These are the 3 countries of the North Triangle: Honduras, Guatemala, and the authoritarian drift of Bukele in El Salvador, which is in a situation of complete anarchy. And there are other indices saying that Bolivia and Paraguay, depending on how they are measuring it, may fall in this category of hybrid regimes. We also have 4 groups. In one group, we have a full democracy, which is Uruguay, another one with medium development, low development democracy, which is most of the Latin American democracies, with very important variations going from Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, etc. The third one is the hybrid regimes, and the 4th, the authoritarian regimes that I was mentioning to you. So more than speaking about democracy in Latin America, we need to address this heterogeneity level, which is so important. And at the same time, the growing deterioration in the quality of democracy. More than 50% of democracies have suffered in the last years a very important deterioration regarding their quality. Part because of the pandemic, but according to my opinion, be careful, don't blame on the pandemic what it's not to blame to it. The pre-authoritarian virus of before the COVID is much more dangerous and hazardous than the COVID. So it has accelerated some trends that we have in the region that this is not to, they are not to blame. So causes of the pandemic, the structural deficits that we are suffering, because the Latin American democracies had before the pandemic fatigue democracies, the collapse of the support to democracy, social disturbances, and crisis between the elite and the citizenship. The third point has to be with the fact that we are before a new type of authoritarianism, and Dieter described it perfectly. I'm not going to go in depth about this because he has explained it very well. Attacks are not coming from the outside, but from the inside. I mean, from the inside, we are undermining democracy. And there is an additional thing that we have to address or to add, which is the partnership that all these authoritarian governments are making to have a co-partnership in order to demand or to push an offensive that is trying to attack them. I mean, most of the democratic consensus that we have achieved in the region to fight authoritarianism, and many of the instruments that we have developed, like the Inter-American Democratic Chart, are disabled completely. And then I would like to also tell you in these last 3 minutes, is what are we going to do next? How are we going to face it? Thank you very much, Daniel. You are anticipating. This is a discussion panel, and I am going to make an intervention. And thank you very much, Daniel, for your participation. I would like to elaborate a little bit more about this and some variations on the same topic that we have listened. We have learned about a series of concerns from your part, and I would like that after my statement, I would like Tony, Dieter, and Daniel, moreover, the concerns that we have put on the table, which are the solutions that can be anticipated. But if you allow me, I am going now to give you my statement. More than 11 years ago, several organizations and electoral authorities in Latin America felt the need to create a reflection space and to deliberate among of the several phenomena that were setting a hazard to all the democracy. So we meet together every year in order to talk about several topics for our democracies. We thought that the issues that we were facing was due to regional phenomenon, and specifically for our democracies that we had in our region in the framework of the third wave. Now we know that that's not the case. After a decade of boosting international cooperation era, and having had the opportunity to exchange experiences with other countries of the world, these topics are global phenomena that are endangering the whole world. In a compared perspective, is undoubtedly the world is changing, and one of the engines of that change is the expansion of democracy in all the regions of the world. The world is suffering the effects of media massification, migration, just to mention some of the topics that are influencing. So violence or unemployment in one country, for example, is being a reflection of what's happening in other countries. It is a fact that during the second decade of the 21st century, there is no country that can escape to the phenomena of the globalization, even the collapse of democracy. Obviously, the relationship between these democracies is very important, but we have been endangered by the polarization, misinformation that is going along or through the borders. So the democracies that, as Daniel was mentioning, has some challenges that are being drawn for the 20th century. And also we have to take into consideration the poverty that we are living. So the main problem to democracies in the whole world is that they are unhappy with the result of the democratic governments that they have elected. So this is because of not adequate institutional policies. So this erodes credibility of democracy and the backup of the same. Moreover, in the case of Latin America, it's very important to point out that the transition process came with several changes and expectations that were linked to structural issues coming or inherited from authoritarian governments that have not been able to be solved. First of all, for example, the willingness to have social fairness or justice. First, we need to have elections that are credible and impartial, that created institutional changes which strengthen the division of powers, the creation of organisms, organizations, and bodies, like, for example, the electoral authorities, and the emergence of some institutions that are guaranteeing the human rights of all people. In fact, we can say that before the transition, we have uncertainty on the electoral regulations, and we have the certainties of who was going to win the elections. After the transition, this was all the other way around. Now there is a complete certainty of the rules of the competition and an uncertainty of who is going to win the elections until the results start to flow. On the other hand, transitions to democracy in our countries were not given only as a way to get out of authoritarian regimes and to conquer a freedom regime for the citizens. Transitions in several nations and countries were seen as a way to solve the historic issues of inequality and disequality and inequality. Nevertheless, the results of the governments that were democratically elected are not enough, and paradoxically have contributed to this disaffection to democracy, or that this disliking to democracy is growing. So the candidates promise jobs, safety, security, better conditions in life, but when they get into office, the issues are still there, or they are worse. So, for example, in Latino Barometer, the satisfaction of the average satisfaction has dropped 20 points regarding 2019, and this satisfaction is 14 points under the one that was obtained in 1995 when this measurement started. And even though it is obvious that the structural issues of modern societies are not issues that could be solved in the polls, the answer to our society to those promises that are not complied with, they are one of the biggest issues. So the dislike to democracy that is coming from poverty, the weakness of the rule of law, and in general, the not sufficient results of the governments that are coming from the election potentializes the representation crisis that involves the parties and the institutions. And this gives us a result, the lack of trust in democracy. And this is a culture brought in order to have solutions that are authoritarian and polarizant ideas that are attacking us nowadays. I would like to wrap up by rounding the phenomena of democracies by stating 4 aspects that will be developed in during this forum and that have put in risk all the democracies. First of all, misinformation. Not because lie is a new phenomenon. No, lies have been there since historic times, but the eruption of social media, internet are potentiating lies, misinformation, fake news, and they are risking and putting in crisis democratic systems. The second phenomenon is polarization. Since polarization is not a new phenomenon, and it's even normal that it's existing in a democratic context, these campaigns are the place where you can fight each other. But this is the democratic anti-value, because all the political are not adversaries, but enemies that are fighting too. So it's worth reminding that when this polarization has been back in history presented, we have been in the worst anti-democratic experiments in the world. You just have to see what happened 1 century ago. The third phenomenon is pandemic. Pandemic has placed not only life and social cooperation in danger. Fortunately, last 2 years, there are lots of successful experiences that allow us to point out that pandemic has not as a new victim democracy and elections. And finally, the fourth phenomenon, which is risking integrity of electoral systems, is harassment. The attacks that the countries are suffering, specifically the electoral organizations, not only from the political stakeholders, but specifically from the instances of the public power. This is a phenomenon that we are living. It's happening in Brazil, Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, in the United States, and even in Great Britain. I'm sure that the reflections of this first Global Forum on Democracy are going to be a starting point to have new paradigms of the democracy and the recreation of election in a globalized world integrated by unequal societies in which citizens are not willing to lose any one of the rights that they earn in the democratization process. Thank you very much. Now, if you allow me, I would like to open a second round with our deluxe guests, posing a basic question. We have exposed some concerns regarding the issues that the new challenges that we as a democratic system are facing, that are not only issues from the Latin American countries, but these are issues that are impacting all democracies in the world. So along these lines, I would like, in order to anticipate what your reflections will be in these 2 days, some suggestions or some routes to act on what to do before this phenomena. This diagnosis has been shared. It is a very concerning diagnosis, but where to go? Tony, what to do when facing these challenges? Which are the axes to solve and to save democracy and integrity, which is paramount to recreate all this in societies that are suffering from these kind of issues? So what to do? That would be my question. So that's what we can start. Tony, will you please take the floor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. I really enjoyed listening to your remarks and the remarks of my fellow panelists. Very, very insightful. Of course, the analysis that was presented, as you indicate, gives us a good picture, a little bit of a depressing picture, but a good picture of the challenges. And the next obvious question has to be the one you've just posed. What do we do about that? There are so many dependencies there. It's hard to make very significant progress in institutional isolation, sort of as I mentioned in my remarks. But for instance, if democratically elected officials act in pursuit of narrow interests in favor of themselves, their party, rather than society as a whole, or if they are corrupt and they fail at what is already, in the best of circumstances, a very hard job of having a government effectively deliver services for the people, basic services, people start to lose faith in that government and becomes acceptable to alternative offerings. Secondly, there's the electorate. They have to choose wisely. They have to get out to vote. Young people have to get out to vote. And so democratic organizations, institutions, we have dependencies on these other actors. for us, what we have to do, accepting these dependencies, at least from the IFRS perspective, I think there are two fundamental things that we have to do. One is continue what we've been doing for a long time, improve the practice of electoral administration, improve the practice of voter education, ensure elections are inclusive. These basic objectives that have been pursued for a long time, and good programmatic tools have been developed. Much progress has been made, but that work is still very essential and must continue. But in a hostile environment, it is not adequate. The other really important thing we have to do, which we aren't very good at and where progress has not been made, is to very clearly identify what are the threats to democracy, what are the issues that are allowing, enabling, resulting in the backsliding, what are the new weapons being deployed by autocrats and authoritarians, including, as has been talked about, in the misinformation space. So we have to identify the threats, and we have to develop new tools to counter those threats. And I'm afraid those threats are growing at a faster rate and becoming more severe than we have been able to develop capabilities to identify and counter them. So for instance, in the misinformation, disinformation space, we are seeing now, and I fear it's only going to get worse, a very unholy alliance between malign foreign actors, corrupt or autocratic domestic actors who are buying misinformation services from commercial entities in a third country. It might not even be illegal. The money may be totally in a different country, the service provided in a different country, but the effect is very severe in the country that is going through an electoral process. And in order to effectively identify and counter those threats, we need to work in new collaborative ways. Technology companies are very, very important. Leading democratic governments, civil society, journalist organizations, democracy organizations, the independent institutions of the state that are responsible for democracy in that state. We have to find new ways to work together because we all come at it or bring a certain capability to that understanding of the threats and developing tools to counter them. So far, though, I think we have relied too much on a tendency when there are new threats to continue trying to do more of what we used to do, which was very good in strengthening electoral administration and inclusive elections and all that. Very, very, very good for certain challenges, but not the right tools for these new challenges. So to end, continue what we've been doing and do it even better and more, but develop new capabilities and tools to identify threats and counter threats to democracy.
Thank you very much, Tony, for your answer, which is providing us already a route where to go. Dieter, the floor is yours. What to do before all these challenges? What is the agenda that we should follow?
That's a very difficult question to answer. What I think is that the global situation is conducive to maybe thinking that there is like a universal recipe or one size fits all for the problems that or the issues that we're facing in different regions of the world and in different countries. And what I'm saying is that there's no one size fits all. There's no universal recipe. So this is why during my presentation, I highlighted the different contexts And about this, it doesn't necessarily mean that all these contexts have the same level of importance in every country, in each and every country. Sometimes one context is very typical for one region or for these kinds of countries, and maybe another context can be more important in other regions, in other countries. And we have to see the level we are discussing this at. If we go to practical policy, if we are talking about the confrontation between beliefs in institutions that are currently very weak, and the value would be the expression of norms or standards that we have worked on, that we have achieved in the last decades or even centuries. Right now, I'm thinking about the value of freedom or liberty. So we would have to read Atlock to know about the interrelation, the interconnection of those phenomena. So I think it's worthwhile to think in individual solutions based on the context and ask ourselves, what type of context is important for what type of country, for instance? When we talk about the social and economic performance of Latin America, Chile has had a wonderful, spectacular social and economic development for many, many years after re-democratization. And suddenly something comes about, something that no one thought would happen, that no one foresaw. So we start thinking about what caused this popular revolt. And for me, institutionality comes to mind. So this is completely different, for instance, to the Peruvian context or the context from El Salvador. It's completely different, completely different. The only common points are that there's a drama due to democracy. In Chile, they haven't realized, well, maybe some people have, but in debates, I haven't seen it that much, that they haven't realized that they are going back to the polarization that existed at the end of Eduardo Frei Montalva administration, when Salvador Allende got to power, when I was living there in Chile. And I witnessed that as a political scientist. So the degree of polarization is the same as back then. In Spain, the same thing is happening. And the consensus is being built on the step towards democracy, or the instruments to reach, to get to a democratic regime. So all of this is increasing the polarization in part of the Second Republic, and similar to Franco's administration. So I wouldn't want to talk too much about this. I don't think we have too much time left, but the situation, I'd like to highlight the fact that situations can be extremely different, contexts can be extremely different, and we must be careful and try to look at the figures internationally, globally, of how democracy is changing, and that can lead us to a disastrous balance because we're not taking into account specific contexts, and it really wouldn't help us to think or to develop concepts of operation, but not at an international scale, at a what I like to call a local level or regional level, individual level. So we have to pay a lot of attention to this individualized context. In my intervention that I prepared for the second panel I will be participating in, I prepared a text on the political discourse and how political discourse has an impact on this going back or backtracking towards authoritarianism. How or what democratic people are doing to sometimes inadvertently to support authoritarianism, because oftentimes they're not aware of the danger of using some broad concepts. For instance, democracy to, I mean, this discourse has a huge impact, especially when we talk, for instance, about participation or participatory democracy. And there is, even in Latin America, there are regional differences. And based on populism in a specific region, we can detect common characteristics. But these common characteristics are not that significant because there might be significant for that context, but maybe not for Europe. In Europe, there's also populism, but it is traditional populism that doesn't necessarily lead to a change in regime. Maybe Italy has gone through this that a couple of years ago, but no one else is talking about that populism, because the new head of government has been able to join a lot of forces for democracy and with political results that support that democracy. So these cases must be taken very seriously. Where it has been possible to revert the overall trend, to revert that general situation, and to see how that has been reverted in a very specific, very concrete case. And I think that the strength of the government, without crossing the line and going into authoritarianism, a strong government is useful for democracy, for each agency and body to work properly and to have a good social and economic development. So I agree with what Lorenzo and Daniel were saying. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dieter. Daniel, please go ahead. Now, I'm very confused with the schedule and the agenda. I don't know how we're doing, so please let me know if I have to stop talking at some point. So in order to answer your question, the first thing is I agree with Dieter, obviously. We cannot have general solutions for individual problems, individual issues. The context is important, but we clearly have a global trend where we're seeing everything that we're analyzing. I mean, democracy and how there are more and more countries that are going towards authoritarianism than countries that are going towards democracy. I think that one of the main points here is knowing if we are in a recession or if we are at the beginning of what I would call a counter wave. I think that's very important. In Latin America, which is a very heterogeneous region, we must realize that in 15 years, 15 years, we lost 6 democracies, different types of democracies in different contexts that need different things. But that is a concern. The second element that I think is very important, I would like to invite you to read this. It's called "The Bad Guys Are Winning" by an author whose last name is Applebaum. So, and this talks about how authoritarian regimes, they're not separated anymore. It's not Ortega or Erdogan or Duterte. They are creating a network, a global cooperation network, financial assistance network. They're sharing their learning, their learning curve, how to face the democratic attack. And they feel pretty much immune to Lukashenko's from Belarus. What we're seeing, we're seeing a completely unique and different situation of authoritarian progress. And right now we're not in the right conditions. We don't have the right conditions to answer to that. Because it could be the financial crisis from 2008 or 9/11, the Trump issue in the US. Taking into account that out of the 10 countries that we see with the biggest backtracking, 4 are in Europe: Slovenia, Serbia, Hungary, and Poland. It's true that the old democracies, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, they're not there, but we still have problems in Hungary, in Poland, even more so in Slovenia, that will chair the European Union soon. So it's an overall issue. The context is important, but what do we have to do? I think that number one, we have to become aware of the severity of this issue. Number two, become aware of the urgency of acting upon that, but acting in a new way of facing these new type of authoritarianism. We cannot face it with the old tools. We have to redesign them. And I think that what Biden is doing in December 9th and 10th is a great opportunity to have a collective effort. Maybe later on, and each country can take the necessary measures. He is building a democratic partnership, democratic alliance to face this growing authoritarian coalition. So that's number one. We have to avoid this disenfranchisement to grow, because if it grows, that's it. It's over. And we have to continue working, just like Tony was saying and you were saying, with the legitimacy of origin. So elections is fundamental, and protecting the EMBs from the unjust and unfair attacks that the INE is receiving from the president, López Obrador, saying that it is an inefficient, costly organism or body, that is a fraudulent body. We have to condemn that. The same thing is happening in Brazil with Bolsonaro. This is something very important where we have to join forces and we have to say, you are lying. That is not true. And we have to defend the autonomy of these bodies. Number three, we have to reestablish the trust between the citizens and elites. Because the big divide is not between the left and the right wings. It's the citizens that feel disenfranchised and have lack of trust. And I don't have the time to give you the result of this survey, but I'll just give you some general figures. 70% of the people globally think that the main divide in their society is not between the left and right. It's between the people and the elites. And 74% want a strong leader that takes the country out of the hands from the strong and powerful. So this is the cause of, or part of the cause of, this populism and authoritarianism. Number four, we have to rethink democracy and update its institutions. We cannot rule complex 21st century societies with institutions that were designed in the 19th century with paradigms for the 20th century. All the things Dieter mentioned, the fourth industrial revolution, the use of social media, climate change, rethinking capitalism, rethinking globalization are all things that join together in Latin America to the problems from last century, corruption, insecurity, poverty. So we have the need of updating that and rethinking about a new generation democracy that's more resilient, more inclusive, and of course, of a higher quality. Can you all still hear me? Yes, yes, of course. So another point, we have to differentiate, but also integrate democracy, good government, and state. We still want democracy to provide us with result when the quality of public policies depends on a good government. And if something was shown by the pandemic, is how frail our states are. It's different in Europe, it's different in Germany, it's different in Scandinavia, but in Latin America, that is the case. And we have to renegotiate social contracts. We are back to high levels of poverty, over 33%, and inequality. There's a huge inequality in Latin America, as we all know. We also have to prevent authoritarian attacks and protect democracy, recovering regional consensus when it comes to democracy. We also have to very clearly analyze the protection mechanisms, such as the Inter-American Democratic Charter that is already outdated for this new kind of authoritarianism. We have to design a new strategy and a broad coalition. And in the middle of, or at the core of our foreign policy has to include this. Argentina and Mexico are not saying anything about the criminal dictatorship in Nicaragua. So I insist, Biden's December 9th and 10th forum will be useful for the countries, but not only the countries, the institutions, the civil society, human rights activists, intellectuals. We must all join forces to design a new strategy to face this growing authoritarianism. So it's harder for them, and that's the good news, and that's what we have recovered. Electoral resiliency, despite all the issues we have in democracy, electoral resiliency has been extremely important. This is why we have to continue to protect EMBs from these unfair, unjust, and dangerous attacks. And also civil society and social rights activists have to participate in this. This is why we have seen this in many countries. Bukele right now wants to pass a law that in the legislature that he controls completely, so that all civil society organizations would be foreign agents or external agents. The same thing Ortega did, and he wants to charge, or yes, he wants to tax them with 40%. So this is where we have to pay attention. We have to protect the EMBs. We have to protect the human rights groups. We must protect civil society groups. And we have to create a large partnership that faces this growing authoritarian trend. Thank you very much, Daniel. I didn't want to interrupt because this is a very interesting discussion, and the best way of starting with this space, we just have 5 minutes before we start with the next panel, but I would like to use these 5 minutes to see if there's some kind of reaction from Tony or from Dieter just to close this introductory panel. Tony or Dieter, I don't know if any of you would like to make some final comments.
I'll just end where I started, perhaps, which is I find these kinds of conversations absolutely so valuable and important. We all have something to bring to the table. None of it is adequate on its own. And I think Ine's role in convening this quality of conversation and people and organizations, not just this panel, of course, but for the whole forum, is so valuable. So thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you to Ine for doing it. Thank you to my panelists for letting me learn more from you. And I look forward to the rest of the forum.
Thank you so much, Tony. Dieter, would you like to make some closing remarks in a couple of minutes? I'm really happy to see that Daniel is still fully committed to democracy in Latin America, as he has done for so many years. And we've shared so often this fervor for democracy. The issue that I see is that the size of the problems is such that we have to see where we can begin. We cannot change everything with one forum, even if it is perfect and extremely interesting, just like this one. We have to focus on some things, some priorities, and even beyond the certainty and legitimacy and how excellent Daniel's comments were, we have to think about how to move forward, how we can begin, which sector will we prioritize so that the other scopes and sectors can be addressed later on. And it can help them as well, because like I said before, we cannot change absolutely everything right now. We have to go step by step. And first of all, we have to defend democracy where it is being highly attacked. For instance, in Mexico, the president himself is attacking democracy, and he has never before, when he lost the previous elections, he always made a big kerfuffle out of it, and now when he lost, he was saying that there was corruption, and now that he won, usually when politicians win, they think they have all the legitimacy because they won the election, and that the laws that provided for his or her win are legitimate. But this gentleman, just like many politicians, don't change the main idea they live with. And by this, I mean that we need to think in strategic terms so that in the near future, we can find a way so that all the other sectors and regions and countries and institutes and bodies can follow this victorious path. And remember, history is not linear. We have to think that this authoritarianism also has a perspective. I mean, it will fall one day. We don't know when that will happen, but everything is in ebb and flow. And we have to continue working towards democracy. And I would like to greet all the participants, and I would like to thank you for sharing this forum for democracy. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Tony. I think we've started this forum in the best way. This is a debate forum, because in the democracy, the discussion is really what gives us a possibility to bring about eventual solutions with its difference based on context, just like Dieter mentioned. but also Tony and Daniel talked about the importance of talking about these things and discussing these. So we have the panelists from the next panel ready. So Daniel, you have 30 seconds to give the floor to Councillor Claudia Zavala, who will moderate next panel, who I'm greeting right now. And so you have 30 seconds, Daniel, please go ahead. Thank you, Lorenzo. I said this before, but I want to say it again. I think that one of the conclusions, recommendations that should come from this first panel, and I hope from the entire forum, is absolutely supporting the work and the reputation of Mexican electoral bodies, and specifically right now about the National Electoral Institute and its officers. And I'd like to condemn the unfounded attacks that are coming from the highest authority, from the President of Mexico, towards this body, toward this EMB, as well as his incumbent party. And he has been attacking the INE, the National Electoral Institute. And we all know that we feel honored, we feel identified with the professionalism, the impartiality of the INE. And it has taken Mexico decades to build this EMB. And Mexico is one of the countries, mainly due to the INE, that has the highest levels of electoral integrity, and in our index, the best impartiality and electoral independence figure. So I think it's very important to mention this, that we fully support the INE, their work, their members, and I'm also condemning the unfounded and unfair and unjust attacks that are coming from the highest office in the country. And we must create a regional and global coalition to defend the professionalism of EMBs, because I'm afraid that that's where in many countries, authoritarian governments and administrations are trying to attack, to have an impact on the legitimacy of origin and have absolute control. The risk is quite high. The stakes are really high. This is why we have to act with determination. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Tony. And without further ado, we pretty much have no break. I would like to give the floor to my dear colleague, Councillor Claudia Zavala, to present and moderate the following panel.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet you and thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to me to listen to all your reflections, your comments, which is precisely, one of the most important things is to discuss about the main challenges that we have or that we are facing as the President Councilor is saying, welcome to the INE in this feel at home, and we receive you with a great pleasure. I would like to thank and to greet our coordinator and who has provided us today here in this workshop. The topics that we are addressing are very important, and this second round table in this debate panel, we are going to have the pleasure to share with the great international experts the topic not as relevant as elections during the pandemic, the challenges that we as electoral authorities and officers are facing before this phenomena, this pandemic. And for this, we are going to have today with us Mr. Francisco Guerrero, who I cordially greet. Francisco Guerrero is the Secretary to Strengthen Democracy in the OAS. Welcome, Francisco. Thank you for being with us. We also have Sol Solnoki from Hungary, who is the General Secretary of the Association of European Election Officials. Welcome. I'm sorry, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing well your names. but I kindly greet you. Welcome. We also have Chandra, who is the Vice President of the Electoral Commission of India, who I cordially greet. Be very, very welcome in this day, to this day and workshop in Mexico. I hope that the weather is well in India. And finally, we are going to have Terry Selane from South Africa, the Executive President of the Electoral Institute in South Africa. I welcome you. I cannot see him in the screen, but I know that we are here all together. So what we are going to talk about today, which is the elections during the pandemic, is placing us in a moment where speaking about elections in time of COVID, it's a little bit, and we can check what is that we have to do. I agree with Lorenzo Cordova in the fact that democracy was not a victim of the pandemic. I agree completely, because exactly when they changed, the authorities, officials, make a room in order to see how we were going to offer the guarantees, not only for the democratic procedure, but also the guarantees to take care of the health and the trust of all the citizens in order to recreate democracy, this democracy through elections, that without democracy, we will not be able to work or to function. So we're going to have, first of all, 8 minutes, each of our panelists that are here with us today, up to 8 minutes, to present the topic, to present the analysis and the comments and reflections that you have made regarding elections in the pandemic and the challenges that represent for the electoral authorities or officials. Then we are going to have some space to close or to wrap up our round table with the last round of 3 minutes each person. So in order to recreate, to develop, and to unfold all the electoral processes into a health model that has been quite complex for our societies due to the way in which it has had its variations all along the countries. So now I am going to give the floor to Francisco Guerrero. And welcome, Francisco. The floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, Francisco. Well, thank you very much, dear Claudia. I am very happy to go back home to the INE. I send the greetings to Mr. Lorenzo Cordova, who is our president counselor, and that's why we continue with the tradition of holding this forum, and. First of all, I participated as a counselor and now electoral counselor, and I am the secretary of the OES. Also, I would like to recognize Manuel Carrillo that has kept alive this forum. I would like to begin by telling you that as you have mentioned, this has been a terrible year since the standpoint of health. And I would like to remember some numbers: 257 million of contagious infections, and only in Latin America, 1.5 million of fatalities. And this scenario, Dante scenario that we have right now, as we were mentioning in the previous roundtable, these have tested the resiliency of the democratic systems of the world and of the region. Nevertheless, the good news is that that life has not stopped, the schedule has not stopped, because to guarantee democratic transitions and access to power through the execution of equitative elections continues to be an essential element of representative democracy. And I'm going to give you this information. Even though we have the pandemics between 2021 and 2021, 2020 and 2021, several countries have executed their elections. 21 countries and territories in the Americas have gone through elections at the national and local level. And one thing that we have to acknowledge, Claudia, is that even though we have had a crisis, electoral officials have faced with a lot of skills, capabilities, and competencies the huge challenges of the electoral procedures. The organizations that have, or the bodies that have executed these phases of the elections has faced challenges, and they have to do it with some restrictions: the migration of to digital spaces, the creation of health spaces, scrutiny, justice administration, all law enforcement. All this process has been very successful. And in this case, the OAS, through these guidelines that we developed, was very close to the electoral bodies. In this situation has allowed us, from our standpoint, to give a step forward. It's very clear that democracy is not just about making elections, but without elections, there is no democracy. And the electoral exercise has to continue. And along these lines, I'm under the impression that the test has been overcome. Nevertheless, and we have to say these fake news, misinformation, polarization, these are worldwide phenomena that in Latin America we also have political fanatism, together with the non-acceptance of the democracy or the non-acceptance of the results. This continues to be a very hazardous current of the pre-elections era. These accreditation campaigns are not well seen by democracy nor by Democrats, and it's very important to reiterate in this forum the need to continue providing with trust the electoral bodies, also the tribunals that are checking the electoral referendums, because the perfect excuse to justify the lack of votes or not to get to the public seats, it's the assumed partiality of the electoral arbitrator. This is feeding the mistrust that are trying to turn this into a chaos scenario. And I would like Claudia to refer to the call that the UNIORE has done, which is integrated by 33 administrative bodies and jurisdictional electoral bodies of 24 countries of the region, who has made a call that, of course, we are supporting, along the lines that we need to protect the electoral institutionality as a guarantee of democracy before the attacks that we are facing and the threats to the physical and moral activities of the officials. So from the OAS, we support this democratic call by rejecting and condemning the attacks that many institutions are receiving, and specifically the electoral bodies. As has been reported by the final report on electoral integrity of the Kofi Annan Foundation, where it is stated that when the electoral institutions are weakened, of course, that you open the door to authoritarianism. Political stakeholders that are trying to denigrate and stigmatize the management of electoral bodies do not size the damage that this is causing to institutionality, legality, and legitimacy of electoral processes. It is paramount to reiterate that the electoral bodies are the ones that at the end of the day manage the citizens' will. Elections are not going to be won with tweets or likes or fake news, but with votes. It's important to say that all this disaccreditation against the arbitrator is undermining the authorities and also has negative impacts in the strengthening of democracy. That is why it is very important to reiterate that the Inter-American Democratic Chart provides a huge importance to the role of electoral bodies of the courts that are in charge of disambiguate the denounces that or the lawsuit that we have in the electoral arena. That's important. That's why it's important that they are independent, abiding by law, and with a technical capacity and a communicational capacity to be able to convey to the citizens the importance of their job. And I would like to end by saying that to keep confidence in electoral authorities is indispensable for a democratic process which is efficient. We think, and I agree with the General Secretary of the OAS, Luis Almagro, that the most important thing in democracy is to strengthen institutions, work for this so that these institutions are strong enough and stronger, and to create good governability conditions. And I would like to end by saying that modern democracy could not operate without electoral processes. We have to take care of the arbitrator and strengthen democracy, and this is a responsibility of all of us. And I think that during this pandemic period, if we haven't suspended elections and we have worked in the political renewal process of the continent and we have set aside violence, this is an element to highlight. This is a success of democracy in our continent. Yes, we have to continue working in order to improve democratic quality. I think that in this cash cutoff, it's important to say that in the American continent, elections continued, the citizens continue voting, and this is something to be acknowledged as a virtuous thing. Thank you very much for your attention, and greetings to all of you. Thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you for, for mentioning all the weaknesses and the strengths, even though during the pandemic. Now I am going to give the floor to Zsolt Szolnoki, and you have the floor up to 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Good afternoon from Budapest. And first, let me thanks to INE inviting the Association of European Election Officials for this important meeting. Just to remind all of us that the INE and the ACPPO just renewed the collaboration between the two associations 2 months ago, and we are very proud to go ahead with INE together to support the election officials Latin America and in Europe, and of course all around the world. I think our common journey started almost 20 years ago, so it has a value, and we really continue to work with INE and all other election stakeholders organization. The ACPPO Association just celebrated our 30th anniversary this year. It was founded in 1991 in Budapest. And I think 30 years ago, we never thought that after 30 years ago, so 2021, we still have to have this kind of discussion about the democracy. Therefore, from the personal point of view, I'm not in a very pleasant situation just hearing that Hungary is in the worst 10, according to the International IDEA report. But that is definitely shows that even in Europe or in the middle of Europe, that we still need a lot of discussion about the democracy, how we can move forward. So therefore, this kind of discussion and the extension of this kind of discussion, we really support it from the ACPPO point of view. Just very quickly, what we did regarding to the pandemic, right in April 2020, so last year, we started a series of webinars about supporting the exchange of experiences. And my most appreciation of those of the electoral management bodies who had to organize an election right in April or May, right after the closure of almost the whole Europe. And one of the great examples is Poland, when they just simply planned to have an election in April, a parliamentary election, which I think it's never happened in the history, since that did not take place. It was not postponed, not held, this just simply did not take place. So this example shows this very unpleasant situation when we were all together in the very beginning, starting from the political arena, so the political parties, the legislators, the EMBs, the electoral management bodies, and of course the voters at the end, because even the voters were very uncertain that this election will happen or not. So we tried to support them with a series of workshops starting from April, ending in September. And in the last quarter of last year, we had a very good series of workshop, online symposium with the international idea. And then at the end of the last year, we just simply focusing on the special voting arrangement. So practically speaking, what kind of very new practicalities came into the election field regarding to the postal voting, mobile voting, or even brand new practices like the Lithuanian drive-in voting. So that's after some years we don't have only a Mac drive in the McDonald's, but now we have finally the Mac drive-in voting, which sounds very, very practical, but it would never happen without the pandemic. So we had the evolution, a kind of recommendation, which I just would like to pick up some of this recommendation after the discussion in the different webinars. I think one of the important is that all relevant stakeholders of the electoral process need to constantly monitor the international scientific and electoral dialogue. If that was like the Polish example, if there is no solution internally, let's look around. Maybe we can find new ideas from any other countries. The second is that the constitutional and legislative background should give a clear answers as to the legal possibilities of postponing election. So if there was a will to postpone the election, it should be based on the constitutional and a clear legal background. The next is that interim elections may serve as a pilot elections. So when the general election are held, the new measures have been applied in practice. We saw it in the practice as well. Fortunately, from this point of view, some Europeans, they have an interim election in the first half of last year. So when they have the general election, they could introduce in some new practices which they have been tested already during the interim elections. The next is the continuous communication with all the relevant stakeholders is of utmost importance, and this is recommended that voters and other stakeholders may access information on the election and related procedures on the official site of the EMBs or any other communication channel. So that was even a much more importance of the communication from the EMBs towards the voters to keep them informed anytime. Special attention needs to be paid to upholding the voter turnout. We saw that was not evident that the voter turnout decreasing due to the pandemic. Even in some cases, there was an increase due to the different new methods like more postal voting or more mobile voting. special voting arrangement should be introduced only if the necessary infrastructural prerequisites are met, and the process should take into consideration the factors of cost, participation, efficiency, trust, and security. Yes, there were new ideas, but of course it should be safeguarded and should be tested before it went into the practice. Voters and other participants of the process needs to receive concise and up-to-date information, as I already mentioned, but it will be incorporated with another one, which is fake news should be efficiently combated. We can say this is a never-ending stories, and really there is not a good weapon in the hand of the EMBs to fight against the fake news. If there is a change of the electoral legislation, all relevant stakeholders should be involved in the meaningful debate. Yes, we saw that some political parties tried to, let's say, gain a new situation due to the pandemic. So they wanted to have new rules in this situation. So that was even a more important role of the EMBs, safeguarding the election. And maybe the last one is that broadening of the possibilities of absentee voting. And of course, that I think the one of the most important is which is saving the integrity of the election, that it should be ensured that no relevant stakeholder questions the result afterwards. So I think this is one of some of the key elements. And just all in all, one of, let's say, our short assessment after some of the election we had last year, that the EMBs continued to save the electoral integrity. I think that that's the fact. They all have to have so much effort keeping the electoral integrity together. As mentioned, the EMBs played a very intensive role spreading the information to the voters, ensuring the transparency of the elections. EMBs were very proactive finding new ways of voting and even introducing it. Again, I'm mentioning with all the safeguards which is necessary. So I have to say, all in all, the EMBs continued to defend the democracy as this is their one of their priority jobs. And just one 30-second reflection back to the first panel. As Anthony Bambori said, that we need big ideas. Yes, I just would like to refer back to our discussion 2 months ago in Bucharest when the main election stakeholder organization met together in a hybrid format. Of course, that yes, we definitely need a joint effort to support the electoral management bodies. I think as the regional organization and international organization, all together, we already had an intelligence, a knowledge, and we have a power and resources to support the EMBs in the front line. Muchas gracias. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Very important and interesting the topics that you have stated. And in the next intervention, we may punctualize some things around your comments and Francisco's comments. Now, I am going to give the floor to Chandra so that he can mention about this. And then with some key questions, we can go to a second part of reflection. I think that Terry has some connection issues, and we will see if we are going to continue with Chandra and if at the end Terry is able to. Welcome, Chandra, and you have the floor. Thank you very much for being with us in this forum.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. Okay. Okay, this is
yes, we are listening to you.
Delhi. This is 10:15 p.m. Of the night here. On behalf of Election Commission of India, I extend warm greetings to all the distinguished panelists and participants of this very important workshop. And I also congratulate INE for hosting this particular important workshop. In India, we had been engaged with elections even in 2020 and 2021. I am going to present through a PowerPoint slide. I hope everybody is able to see it. Okay, I hope it is visible to all. Yes, this is very interesting photograph which appeared on New York Times related to one of the elections which was held last year in 2020 in the month of October and November in one of the states, Bihar. And that just tells the story that how we planned, how we facilitated the electoral process.
Chandra, are you there? We are not, we cannot hear you and we cannot see the presentation. Are you still connected? Will you please turn on your microphone?
Can I share the screen again?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm just going to give the context that India is having 36 provinces, and we had elections for 6 provinces during this particular pandemic period. We have a vibrant multi-party democracy where we have more than 2,700 parties. And the scale is huge. And in this particular environment, we always bothered about the safety of all the stakeholders, including election officials, voters, political parties, and to ensure that the trust remains in the process. So these 6 particular provinces which we had participated in the selection process, the size has been huge in all these locations, more than 261 million electors and 380,000 at polling booths. We had to facilitate the election. As you know, Election Commission of India is a constitutional body here, and it has the full protection. It has the complete control over the election process. Election officials, including the security officials who are engaged in the election process. We have a history of conducting periodic elections for last 7 decades in the country. And in the last 2019 elections, we had 911 million electors, and where the participation was 614 million electors. So if you look at the chronology during the pandemic period, from 24th March 2020, we had the lockdown. And at that time, we had the elections scheduled for the upper house of the parliament, which was postponed on 26 March 2020, which was subsequently held on 19 June 2020 with full protection, PPE kits and all those things. This was a kind of baby steps. because our first provincial election was scheduled in the month of October, November, so we had some time to plan it out. So Election Commission of India came out with detailed broad guidelines related to conduct of elections, and in consultation with stakeholders, including political parties and the health authorities. And finally, on 25th of September last year, we announced the elections, which was conducted in the month of October and November. Subsequently, in this year, on 26th February, we announced further elections in 5 other provinces, for which finally the results were declared on 2nd May 2021. Now, how this was made possible? Because inclusivity of the electoral roll was very important. There was a lot of migration happening because of the pandemic situation. So there was a special plan for that kind of inclusion in the roll for those people who are living from one location to another location. The size of booth where the electors used to be 1,500, the limit was, which was reduced to 1,000 across all the polling stations. So that saw the jump in the polling stations, and consequently, we had to engage more polling officials. And for this, we also had to engage in intensive online training modules. Also, we expanded the postal ballot facilities, and this witnessed the jump of close to 400% jump in the postal ballot for our electors in a specified categories. For the safety protocols, we were very strict in terms of facilities of masks, sanitizers, social distancing, PPE kits. Also, during the campaigning, how you can mark on the ground so that crowds are not gathered. And it was a complete participatory process. So if you just look at the slide, there has been a jump in the number of booths in some of the locations by 63%. And so this kind of jump also created huge logistical issues, and we had to hire more people, more government officials to be engaged, training to be imparted, more resources to be pitching for facilitation of the electoral process. So migrant workers, I already told, we organized special camps to facilitate their entry in the electoral roll. At the level of polling booth, our preparedness was very perfect. We disinfected every booth. Our management for the bio-waste disposal and on the polling day was also very, very meticulous. You can see we distributed this kind of voter guide to each. Sorry, I think, hello. Yeah. I can continue without now sharing this particular thing, because I have just displayed the materials related to our electoral process. So when we did all these things, we witnessed the participation which jumped. In fact, the electoral participation was more than the previous election in terms of numbers. More people participated in the elections for this particular thing. And also it demonstrated the trust in the electoral system, that people trusted the safety measures, whatever provided there, and they believed on all ICE materials which were made available to them at every locations. Political parties, enthusiastically, they participated in the process. So this was a kind of vibrancy of democracy which witnessed the successful completion of the electoral process in all scheduled elections in all these 6 states, which was pretty scale-wise, was pretty huge, but still Commission was able to complete the election process. And that just demonstrates the inherent strength of the EMB in conducting the elections on time and with the participation of all the stakeholders without any trouble. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you very much, Chandra. You talked about very interesting topics, especially thinking about the fact that I think one of the biggest challenges was creating that trust that you mentioned and looking after the health of individuals in these elections. So thank you very much. Now we have Terry Tselani, who I will now give the floor to. So you can address the audience. Thank you.
during the war. The Korean solution, as outlined here, provides best practice in holding an election during a pandemic such as the coronavirus. There must be a separate queue for those whose temperature raise a concern so that those who may be infected do not reinfect others, but they are still able to participate in the process. Special votes must also be arranged for those who are quarantined, as well as those who are not able to visit voting stations on the day of voting. In order to achieve this, an election management body must have a social conscience to realize that they have a responsibility and a duty to go beyond their narrow constitutional mandate and contribute towards the eradication of pandemic amongst the voters. This they must do by cooperating and synchronizing their processes with the health officials during an election. Clearly, by-elections will therefore provide a platform to test the efficacy of this approach. In the long run, the election management bodies must seriously consider introducing electronic voting in their processes. The coronavirus pandemic has completely changed the electoral landscape. Surely those who are conservative and have been resisting electronic voting for too long must begin to appreciate that things have now changed and that the world has moved along. The time to consider remote voting has now arrived. The proliferation of smartphones in different societies and introductions of 5G technology will greatly assist during a pandemic such as coronavirus. But this should not only be limited to periods of crisis, but must become our new normal or our new reality. Democracy and elections are far much more important than to be postponed or sacrificed during a pandemic. Innovative ways must be found to ensure that the regular elections do take place within a constitutionally prescribed period. The society as a whole has a responsibility to strengthen leaders' resolves as encapsulated in the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which is to entrench in the continent a political culture of change of power based on holding of regular, free, fair, and transparent elections. If I could just, in conclusion, indicate that in the context of South Africa, there was an attempt to postpone the elections as a result of COVID. And the matter was taken to the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court rejected that and said that the elections must be held within a constitutionally stipulated period. So in brief, I'm arguing that it is important that elections be held and all attempts be made to have the elections even during moments of pandemic, such as the one that we're having. I thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Terry. Coincido completamente.
Thank you very much, Terry. I completely and fully agree with your conclusions. And in order to continue with this panel and to put some topics on the table, I would like to say that in Mexico, we had a first instance during 2 electoral processes in 2 specific states within Mexico. We had a space to look after the health of citizens during the elections. And I think that a good decision that was made was creating a group of experts that would help us in making these decisions to see what was working, what was not working. So without a doubt, I believe that we have to rethink about the ways we communicate from political parties, authorities, governments, this communication with citizens. And this is a two-way communication. The trust in the electoral process, but also trust in, so people trust that this is a safe environment for them to cast their votes.
que hoy es el
So I think this is the perfect moment because the pandemic has taught us that we need to start reflecting globally. We have to start discussing globally these advantages and disadvantages of using technology vis-a-vis the citizens' trust, the implementation of technology in electoral processes. It is indispensable, and we were taught that by the pandemic. We are met here in a method that we hadn't used before, and we are doing so because of the pandemic. So I agree with Terry on the need of talking and reviewing the electronic voting, the experiences that we've had, when we're aware that it is highly the topic that requires a lot of debate, and we have to check and we have to make sure how to guarantee the integrity of elections with using technology. So of course the right to have internet access also comes into play, the right to use this model, to use this communication model. And without a doubt, these are the things that we have to discuss and that we have to strengthen, because from my opinion, what the pandemic taught us is that everything that we had and that we were used to do, the way we would campaign, the way we would perform each one of the electoral actions changed, and we need to discuss this change. So now each panel member will have 3 minutes for the final reflection on the challenges that we have during the pandemic. And not only during the pandemic, I would say in these extraordinary conditions that are helping us to innovate and to strengthen the electoral process. Francisco, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Claudia. I would like to wrap up my comments with something that you mentioned in your comment, which I think is one of the most important lessons learned from the pandemic. Of course, the technology helped us to perform processes that would have been impossible otherwise. For instance, campaign proposals, social distancing and health guidelines wouldn't allow us to hold meetings or town halls or some other activities that in other conditions would have been held. I think that the transformation of the political communication model for this transformation that has led us more towards what I would call the instantaneous, the instant communication via social media, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, and you name it, will force all of us to review in the future. And this is actually something that's being debated and being discussed in Europe and also in the US. What is the limit of the freedom of expression and the regulation of a social media would have to be subject to? So I think this is one of the biggest topics of democracy, because it's clear that the true debate is happening in social media. And a lot of voters are discussing what's happening there. This doesn't mean that everything that's being discussed in social media or online is right or verified, but I think this has made EMBs or forced them to check their social communication policies, because just like social media are used to communicate campaign messages, they're also used to attack EMBs, to undermine rivals. And the Secretary General was mentioning this in an interview yesterday. This dangerous trend of saying, okay, my adversary, my opponent is my enemy, and that usually is the raw material that's used by authoritarian regimes. So I think that the main topic for the following years is how will we deal with freedom of expression vis-a-vis social media. When I was counselor from 08 to 13, we were only starting to discuss it, and now you, the new generation of counselors, have realized that this is something that cannot be avoided. It's unavoidable because a lot of the ideas come through or go through social media, and I think that the discussions that we're having between having a freedom of expression and regulating social media is something that we won't discuss today, but I think it's worth mentioning and discussing in the future. Chandra, please go ahead.
This is for me or Chandra?
Es tu turno, Sol. Adelante.
No, Salt, it's your turn. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Claudia. I have to say that, and we had many discussions with colleagues, that we expected that, for example, the e-voting will be much more popular in the beginning of 2000. And this is still not. We don't hope that this situation will help to move it further. But I have to say that my expectation is that the new generations born in the baby code with a mobile phone, I think they will push it through, because what we learned, that of course the political parties learn to use, or the legislators learn to use the social media for their interest, but they simply have no trust, let's say, in many countries, even to speak about the possible use of the e-voting or electronic voting or remote voting. Of course, there are already automatization in the aggregation and so on, but for the remote voting or the classical e-voting, this is still on the very, very low level. So we really have to work on this idea, because then it would help a lot, because then this is not just about the pandemic. This is even about the disabled people, even about the minorities and some others. So we already have the vulnerable groups who are having difficulties to get to the voting system. So it is not just about, hopefully, the pandemic, which would be maybe a little bit of more cycle one. So yes, the trust with all the capital letters, it is still the question. That I think that we have to work together to build this trust among the political parties. And even I see more work on the political arena, not at the voter side, because I think the voters would accept new solutions. But even there are very good initiatives from the EMB side, but a lot of initiatives stopped by the legislators and will not go through. So we have to support the EMBs with this with new ideas or new argument or justification or set of good practices which they can simply show to the legislators or the political arena, and get more new method in place. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Sol. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Salt. Chandra, now it is your turn. Please, your last comments.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there are few points, few lessons which are coming again and again when we deal with elections during this particular period. The first and foremost is the procedural certainty, that how things are going to shape in. The uncertainty is minimized in the electoral process, because that is the key to win the trust of all the stakeholders. And so EMBs can work on that particular front, and more everybody is certain about that how it is shaping up, how the processes are happening, then everybody will participate in the process. The second part is related to technology. It's the kind of environment we are living in, it's a difficult thing to say whether it is advantageous or disadvantageous. Also, the technology, how the diffusion of the technology takes place at the last mile. So the last mile connectivity or last mile dissemination of a particular information, how it takes shape. These are very important areas to be looked into. We have seen the presence of fake news, hate news, using this particular medium at such a scale and with such a speed that's a very difficult to control or regulate this kind of environment. Outreach material, which used to be very traditional in method in pre-pandemic period, now the outreach method has changed. And it has given hope to everybody, including EMBs, that how you are going to connect it to the electors as well as the political parties or even the media, and how you can bring a kind of a standardization in the whole process. A country like India, where scale is huge, diversity is huge, and in that particular context, a standardization of a kind of communication helps in using this newer technology. I think election official is another particular area where we require to focus more, because most of our election officials are very, you can say, well versed with the electoral process. And in new environment, they require to be retrained. They require to unlearn a lot of things, because in previous times they used to trust their intuition a lot, but in newer times they require to be trained very differently, and they have to have the confidence, because technology may not be very, very friendly at every occasion. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to get along with the technology. So we require to build our new training methods to build the capacity of our election officials. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Chandra. Disculpa, el tiempo es...
Thank you very much, Chandra. We apologize, but we're running out of time. That's Terry. It is your turn for your closing comments, please.
Quizá tengamos algún problema de conexión. Terry, ¿nos
Maybe
puede...
we have a connection issue. Terry, can you hear us?
Sorry, I didn't get the question again. Can you repeat it for me?
Es la parte de conclusiones.
Yes, of course. These are just the conclusions. You have up to 3 minutes just to give your closing remarks. There's no specific question, just for your closing remarks, please.
I can't get it. Maybe someone can translate for me the translation.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes for the conclusion, Mr. Slaney.
Oh, no, thank you very much. As I was saying earlier on, the most important thing about having to manage elections during this period is that we've got to look at innovative ways of managing elections so that a pandemic such as this and any other that will come in future does not actually interrupt electoral democracy, because electoral democracy is far much more important. We have now learned on what to do in order to deal with COVID, but this is not going to be the last pandemic that is going to be engulfing us. We therefore have got to be ready all the time, and then using innovative ways, technology, using electronic mechanism to manage the elections, I think is the only way that can actually be able to make sure that even during a period such as this, people are still able to participate in electoral democracy, because electoral democracy is far much more important to be postponed. Because if it gets postponed, even those with despotic intentions will take advantage of this and reverse the strides that we have made in terms of achievement of electoral democracy in the world. And I thank you, and thank you very much for having given me this opportunity to be part of the process.
Muchísimas gracias a ti, Terry.
Thank you very much, Terry. We have concluded this panel. I would like to thank the translators, especially the sign language interpreters that are helping us with this communication. I see my colleague, Councillor Martin Faz, here online. So now the floor is yours. You will moderate the next panel. Thank you for your intervention and participation. So have a very good afternoon, and we will see you later.
Buenos días, gracias Claudia.
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much, Claudia, and thank you to all the participants in this second panel. We are now going to start with our third panel. And within this Global Forum for Democracy, we are going to address some challenges for contemporary democracy, the weakening of the rule of law. This way, we are going to begin this third table. As we have mentioned before, democracy requires and assumes competitive, reliable, and authentic processes in such a way that without them, we do not have democracy. But these do not deplete nor constitute the democracy. They are a condition for democracy. They are the access door, but not the main living room. It is not the time to underestimate the electoral processes that are non-partial and equity for participants. 3 decades ago, the non-existence of this was one of the main political problems perceived by both citizen sectors in the region, and it was the decision point of the agendas, the political agendas. So, Latin American region is a recent history. In the recent decades, through a series of reforms in the electoral system as well as in the party systems, we have been consolidating a procedural democracy that is not exempt of limitations or hindrances, and this must be valued in the very important manner. There is some consensus considering that the rule of law is the institutionalization, juridical and political, in such a way that the rule of law tries through the legal system to institutionalize the values that provide legitimacy to the electoral system. So the most important components of the rule of law are the empire of law, procedures for democracy, division of powers, the oversee of the public entities which are part of the rule of law. Substantial democracy requires, besides electoral processes, of other efforts for the effective building of this rule of law, the weakening and the void of the rule of law, which has been identified with the specific interests of very powerful group, and the inability to build it in an equitable and fair manner to guarantee that rights are exercised by all the citizens with no discrimination or distinction due to sex, age, religion, regime, gender, or studies, is one of the huge challenges of our contemporary democracy. And this is not going to be solved by the elections. But in order to address this topic, we have our guest panelists, which are Larry Diamond from the Hoover Institute of Stanford University, United States, where he is a professor. Donna Parchman-Brown, lawyer and ombudsman in Jamaica since 2015. Luis Llanas, attorney at law in Chile and currently a secretary of the CEPAL. And Fernando Vallespin, a professor of political science and administration of the Autonomous University in Madrid, Spain. They are going to participate. They are going to have a first round where they would have 8 minutes, and then we will go to the conclusions part, the 3 minutes each one. Thank you very much for your participation, and we are going to do it in the same order that I mentioned. So Larry Diamond, you have the floor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Martine. And I think that you have framed the issues and the challenges and the importance of the rule of law very eloquently. I want to make just a few points. I'll begin by saying that we are now in, I think, something like the 16th year of a long period of democratic recession, as I've called it. It began very gradually, and it was hard to really grasp in the early years, but it's been gathering momentum in recent years. We've seen we've seen 15 consecutive years of freedom declining, according to Freedom House in New York, and this has also largely been documented in recent years even more dramatically by the Varieties of Democracy Project in Sweden. We've seen a rising pace of democratic breakdowns. About 2 years ago, for the first time since the mid-1990s, we crossed a threshold where the majority of states above 1 million people were no longer electoral democracies. So electoral democracy is not even the dominant form of government in the world anymore. And there's, of course, a rising pace of democratic breakdowns. The primary method of this, of course, we've had some military coups and reversals of semi-democracy as well, or of democratic transitions in places like Thailand, Burma, the recent coup in Sudan. But mainly this has been a matter of democratic backsliding of a more incremental kind, or creeping authoritarianism. According to what I've called in my book, Ill Winds, the autocrat's 12-step program of gradual assault on those pillars of rule of law and of democratic institutions, horizontal accountability, separation of powers, and so on. And of course, prominently of civil society. It usually begins with an assault on the judiciary and the media, and then graduates to a broader assault on civil society and the business community and other institutions of the state that need to be autonomous, effective, and independent in order to do their job. And of course, prominent among them, most important among them, are the institutions of electoral administration and integrity. And these are often the last to be subverted and brought to the heel of the populist authoritarian figure. But once that happens, the last pillar of democracy is gone. So a very important element of this is authoritarian populism, which has a natural contempt for the autonomy of these institutions because it's anti-elitist, it's anti-institutionalist, and it doesn't believe in democratic pluralism. It has a hegemonic attitude and project that believes that only the populist ruler and party really have a legitimate right to rule. And so it feels a kind of moral and nationalistic impulse to reduce everything else to the authority and control of the populist leader and it's usually his party and project. Now, why has this been happening? Well, in many cases, the rule of law and these institutions of horizontal accountability were not as strong to begin with as we had hoped. But globalization and rising inequality have created, and the anxiety that comes with economic stagnation, decline, and a feeling of insecurity and threat on the part of individuals about their futures has contributed to a readiness to embrace more populistic or authoritarian solutions or at least more polarizing solutions, as we've seen from the results of the first round of the Chilean presidential election just the other day. And we see this polarization in the United States, in a number of Latin American countries, and in many other countries around the world. Social media was recently mentioned. It has become an extremely toxic force in democratic politics because of its business model, which privileges outrage, anger, disinformation, sensation, in order to fixate people's attention on the social media platforms so that the companies can accrue more advertising revenue. This is an extremely sick and dangerous model for democracy. And I think we need very far-reaching solutions to address the poisonous algorithms of the social media platforms like Facebook that are privileging outrage and supercharging these authoritarian assaults on trust and good information, and in the end on democracy. And as a result of all of this, we're seeing a rise of citizen alienation and distrust, which is feeding polarization and a readiness for authoritarian populist solutions. Adding to this has been the decline of the West in power, the decline of the quality of democracy in the United States, the rise of China and Russia as authoritarian competitors, the penetration of Chinese money and authoritarian alliances into the community of the Americas, into Venezuela, Nicaragua, and a number of other potential swing countries in Latin America. And of course, the new threats that have been identified from the pandemic. I want to use my remaining minute to strongly challenge the enthusiasm for electronic voting that was voiced in the previous session. An enthusiasm that I, sitting at the center of the Silicon Valley at Stanford University, of course, have an inclination to share in principle. But I am a member of the advisory board of an organization mainly of computer scientists called Verified Voting. And I can tell you, it is the strong opinion of most of America's leading computer scientists who have thought about this issue that we do not have the technology to secure electronic voting, certainly not with a secret ballot. And a shift to electronic voting will be an openness to subversion of the actual integrity of elections and of trust in elections. And unless voting can be audited and verified, which it cannot be with electronic voting, it's an extremely dangerous step to take for the future of democracy.
Gracias, Larry, por presentarnos este
Thank you very much, Larry, for this overview and specifically this challenge that you are posing. Thank you very much for your participation. And now we are going to give the floor to Donna Parchment Brown from Jamaica. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone, from the wonderful island of Jamaica. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this global forum organized by the NEI or INE of Mexico and partners. Excellencies, my fellow panelists and friends, thank you so much, Martin, for being the moderator and keeping us on task. I'm not seeing my minutes up, so perhaps the minutes can be put up to help me keep on time. The Jamaican reggae philosopher, Peter Tosh, 50 years ago called for equal rights and justice. The cry for equal rights and justice within and between countries is still loud and persistent. From tiny Jamaica to India, the world's biggest democracy. These words, equal rights and justice, in my mind, contain the beating heart of the democratic mission. People are engaged in the social contract for the purpose of having happy, fulfilled lives and participate in elections when it aligns with their needs, or they may choose to send a message of rejection when they do not believe voting will lead to the fulfillment of their goals. This cry is a challenge to contemporary democracy, which many citizens in Jamaica and across the Americas have found wanting. The Sustainable Development Goals agreed globally do give us some guidance towards the desires of the people of the world. How do we support our neighbors in the Americas with respect for their culture and traditions, as we learn from one another as equals with different and yet sometimes similar challenges? I take a moment to pause and give honor and respect to our brothers and sisters in Haiti and Venezuela as they go through many difficult challenges at this time in the democratic experiment. SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, is key for all our countries, and we are privileged as individuals and institutions to have a role to play there. The study is entitled The Political Culture of Democracy in Jamaica and in the Americas, called the LAPOP Surveys of 2014 and 2016-17, provides some insights into this issue for North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. The studies revealed stable or declining support for democracy, as Larry just mentioned, and went on to talk about declining trust in elections, in national parliaments, in executives, meaning cabinets or the ruling party, national police, and political parties. But of some concern to me and others, increasing trust in the armed forces as a credible entity. In Jamaica, their 2017 data from the LAPOP survey showed an overall decrease in support for democracy. However, there was high support for military coups under high crime or high corruption situations. This had never been recorded before for Jamaica. Yet trust in political parties at the same time rose by 9%. Contradictory but authentic information. For us, it takes us to adherence to the rule of law and good governance. Public sentiment in Jamaica has confirmed that adherence to rule of law and good governance is important to rebooting democracy. And as I watch the international media and the news reports all across the world, I think there is indeed a global idea that good governance still is something to be talked about and is critical to getting democracy back on track. In a campaign review study conducted by the Office of the Political Ombudsman, my office, following our September 3rd national general elections last year, stakeholders shared their perspective on some of the democratic challenges revealed to and by stakeholders. It was evidenced by a low voter turnout of only 38% in national general elections. Some of the comments and concerns included their view that citizens have a lack of respect and a lack of trust for the political system. They noted that there was a perceived lack of integrity in the campaign proceedings. There was a COVID-19 risk. Political candidates, they said, failed to stimulate the interest of youth and other electors, and that parties were campaigning to their base. Yet they felt that we were doing it. The EMBA was putting on a good job in holding the elections, and so we were not hopeless, but just concerned about certain issues. In the current global climate, global and local climate of the CCC, namely COVID-19 pandemic, crime and corruption, a question we must consider is how can our institutions shift public sentiment towards positive and structured engagement. In this re-emerging role of EMBAs and other entities such as the Political Ombudsman, whose mandate is to investigate conduct of political actors. Under our law, the Political Ombudsman Interim Act, Section 12 provides that we should investigate any action taken by political parties, members, or supporters, where the Ombudsman is of the opinion that the action of the political person constitutes or is likely to constitute a breach of any agreement, code, or arrangement for the time being enforced between or among political parties, or the action is likely to prejudice relations between supporters of different political parties. The polarization and fragmentation of society that we're experiencing shows that there's a continuing and maybe a greater need now than in the 1980s when this idea was first mooted. The mandate connects to other stakeholder concerns related to a perception of flagrant disregard for the principles of the rule of law and for specific legislative provisions and principles, such as those relating to unlawful influence of money in election campaigns, corruption, accountability gaps, and failure of political parties to fulfill their political promises. Our citizens may also feel disempowered by a lack of knowledge of where to go to address their everyday concerns. So certainly in Jamaica, they look to politicians, even when state agencies exist, to directly meet their concerns. So much is expected of the politician, and so little is received. And so many voices now in the public domain critical of this. Yet adult suffrage and institutions to protect the vote are highly valued, with only a 38% turnout. However, the limits on the quick, strong, and effective action that can be taken against those who breach rules creates a climate of lack of accountability, which feeds lack of trust and public disengagement, a big concern that you have indicated for this matter of democracy. We must speak truth to power as fair, neutral, and impartial entities. We must speak that truth both privately and, where appropriate, publicly. As political ombudsman, we have investigated numerous complaints in and out of election time over the years, because the entity is not an election limited entity, it is for all year. And we have found that our investigations have cauterized many issues and prevented escalation of conflicts. While persons are reluctant or fearful to come in when called by the ombudsman, over 95% compliance exists, and we can report that over 85% success rate through mediation, dialogue, and moral suasion. So those are tools we believe can be expanded by many different stakeholders on behalf of democracy. The question for entities such as mine as political ombudsman, and maybe for some of you perhaps, is what can we do within our current mandate? I believe while every country is different, many of us perhaps can do these three things I will now mention. One, meet the people where they are and have greater engagement with the public in traditional and digital media regarding our mandates, our commitment, and our track record. Traditional and digital media are critical for the work that we are called to do. Secondly, we can share with the public any gaps in our legislation requiring amendments, such as power being limited to making recommendations to political leaders and to Parliament. And thirdly, we can promote civic education and collaboration with local and international partners like those represented here to promote democratic consciousness and knowledge of legal ways of holding to account or penalizing unethical conduct by public officials. These measures would, I believe, point the way forward to tackle the current triple C of crime, corruption, and COVID-19 in the 21st century. We all have to be bold, innovative, credible sources of knowledge and timely action. Principles of the rule of law can be built among citizens and among public officials and politicians to build back and renew the social contract on which democracy relies. For this purpose, we initiated a program called Conversations with Young Jamaicans, going to high school, speaking to the students who are just about to leave school and about to become voters. This evolved at their request into an entity called PARI, the Political Awareness and Respect Initiative, which we have recently created in 2019 as both an advisory and work partner of my office. This consists of youth between 18 and 35 years of age who are democracy advocates and observers and who want to feel they have a role to play as citizens, even at their young age, without being aligned to any particular political party. We are also in the process of enhancing our capacity to provide civic knowledge and civic education, because when our entities were formed in the 20th century, many of the people with whom we're working now, many voters were not yet born or they were little children. They do not feel the issues that caused our institutions to be formed. And so it's really important that we find a way to engage with the issues of today. Ubuntu. So I've talked a little bit about equal rights and justice, and I'd like to close with talking about Ubuntu very briefly. The key Ubuntu principle, of course, is, and I thank my African friend who is on the call, and if he can correct me if I am misinterpreting this. But the key Ubuntu principle as I close off is, I am because you are. So the oneness of humanity in a national space or a global space is tied into the idea of respect for one another's ideas and aspirations, and finding a way that we can jointly own our countries for the benefit of everyone. And that gives life to my very closing words of the Jamaican motto, out of many, one people. With all our diversity and all our differences, we are still one human family. And the breakdown of democracy threatens that human family locally and globally. And so I support and promote, and we all need to do more to make the rule of law more normalized in every country. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Dora, por sus reflexiones.
Thank you very much, Nora, for your reflections. We know that we have some common challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you for the participation. Luis Yañez, will you please continue? You have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin. I would like to extend a thankful greeting. It's very interesting because we are not in our comfort zone to know the figures, to know the region, and this poses a huge question, some challenges for contemporary democracy and weakening of the rule of law. One would say that well, I would like to begin by telling you that the weakening of the rule of law and the challenges for democracy with the next reflection. The reality that we are currently living composes our main challenge. And with this, I mean more than 1.5 million deaths by COVID in Latin America. For those that are not from Latin America, this information could be important. Only with 8.4% of the worldwide population, Latin America has 32% of fatalities because of COVID. The question is, what are we doing wrong? Which are the limits that we have, that our health systems and our care systems and our inability to protect citizens are showing with this figure. At the end of this year, we are only going to be 50% vaccinated. There are Chile, Uruguay, very vaccinated, I mean, with more than 80% vaccinated, and others that are very low, with very low percentages. We hope that 100% of the 100% of the population is not going to be vaccinated. Another inability, another weakness. We are suffering a huge economic contraction. This year, we recovered a little because of a rebound to 5.2. And next year, the region together is going to be around 2.9%. I mean, we are going to be in very mediocre indices that the ones that we had pre-pandemic. Daniel has also mentioned at the beginning of this, we have added up a great amount, 22 million of poor people, 8 out of them in extreme poverty. The gender violence has increased. 2 years of school recession, 1 generation lost of young people and teenagers. But how are we going to recover skills, competencies? But this is not also bad for education, but also for socialization. So these are huge digital gaps. 30 years ago, Samuel Huntington was published the book of the third wave, and he didn't count of the transition of democracies and how Latin America, as of the 80s, has been able to get out of those dictatorships. That decade was called the lost decade, and I'm going to share only one slide where I want to show you something along the lines of the challenge that we are facing. You can see here. In this slide, you can see the crisis of the indebtedness, the so-called lost debt, which is between in the 80s, around the 80s. And today, the chart that we have until the year 2020, 2021, the red line, poverty, and the blue line, growth. So you can see here that the recovery of the lost decade regarding the growth took 16 years for Latin America. And to recover the poverty level took from the beginning of the crisis 25 years. So today we think that we have 12 years of delay to recover poverty levels pre-crisis. So the question that I am posing or that I'm making myself, and it's searching to solve is, where are we going to take out as Latin America the patients that we had during the 80s and the 90s? What changed between then and now? In the 90s, of course, the recovery of the democracy, we were going out of some of the cruel dictatorships, the Berlin Wall was falling, etc., etc., and all these issues of freedom, and we were associating liberty or freedom and democracy and market, but societies were patient enough with their governors, huge political partnerships, but nothing is present today. And since the pandemic crisis has not finished, when we are out of them, Latino Barometer is going to tell it that we don't want democracy, there is no backup to democracy, lack of trust in politicians, frustration, corruption, that has been increasing or growing, drug trafficking, and stagnated leaderships that are tending to look for simple solutions and authoritarian solutions.
So this is a complex world, and in the case of the Caribbean, this is fundamental. The limits of indebtedness and the limits on that indebtedness for the states, the vulnerability due to climate change. So COVID has been, in one way or another, the prelude of what a climate crisis could bring about. Migration crisis, I mean, migrants and displacement, authoritarian rhetoric. So there's a very important point here, which is how we can build leadership, how we can strengthen the institutionality. And this is done by feeding that electoral resiliency, but we also fill it with content and satisfactions for the social and financial rights of the citizens. So we've had elections in the region, and I would like to, well, I'm here in Santiago, in Chile, and I would like to talk a little bit about the Chilean situation and the exceptionality of that preference for institutionality that Chile has showed. You all know what's happening here, the disturbances and how this gave us a result, this situation, and we've had 6 elections for the constitution, for the primary elections, governors, first round, second round, runoff. In none of them, fraud has been proven to have happened. So I think it would be interesting to share our experience with more time in other spaces. So we need new leadership, we need new conversations, but it is essential to aid citizens so that when we leave this pandemic, we have the right learnings to consolidate democratic processes that I agree with you are oftentimes in jeopardy. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. I think this very specific summary of the big challenges faced by democracies and the rule of law give us a very interesting viewpoint for this analysis. Thank you again, Luis. And now, Fernando Vallespin, please continue. And of course, I would like to thank you for being here and participating in this panel. I think your mic is off, Fernando. Well, good morning for all of you, even though for us it's already the evening. The sun just set. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. This is an extremely interesting panel because we have different perspectives from different sides of the world. And since we are both academics, my perspective maybe is more in line with Larry Diamond's perspective, but I would like to highlight a couple of things. The first one, which he always did actually, so I might repeat some of the ideas that he put on the table. So the first one is the importance of being able to carefully distinguish what we could call the institutionality or the lack thereof in a purely electoral democracies, which I would call populist democracies. The main difference is that this second kind of system, of democratic system, these are democratic systems because there are popular elections, obviously. So the main feature is that in this case, whatever is decided by the majority should be done regardless of the political divisions. But liberal democracy, what it suggests, or the main point of emphasis, is of course the dimension of the control of the government. And for this, of course, we have institutions that we call rule of law institutions that include individual rights, the empire of the law. The moderator introduced very eloquently all the main points. So what we are seeing now is that the number of countries where the development of the requirements of liberal democracy and the existence of the counterpowers that allow a representative of a majority has the capability of doing whatever he or she pleases, that is decreasing. And in some of the biggest democracies, such as Brazil or India, well, China, of course, is not a democratic system, so I'm not going to mention that, but Turkey is. And even some important countries in Eastern Europe, what we see is that slowly this change is happening. From a liberal democracy, they're switching to other kinds of democracy. So I would suggest that you read the report on the global state of democracy by International IDEA, which is an NGO that's based out of Stockholm. And the conclusions are really, I would say, heartbreaking, because something that has been analyzed by a specific study that by another NGO, Freedom House in this case, they analyzed the impact of the pandemic on the democracy. So the virus has sped up, has accelerated the leap towards, let's say, a light authoritarianism, or at least it has allowed for the deviation from the orthodox methods that we're used to. And this has had an impact on two aspects that are fundamental for democratic institutionality, which is, the first one is lack of control for some of the state actions that were used by exception states or alarm states provoked or caused by the virus in order to introduce measures, in many cases without following the legality that was put in place. So I think this is very relevant. And the second point is that in certain places, it has been easier to control the media, i.e., transparency of information has suffered a blow as a result of this pandemic. So I think as a result that the pandemic has really put to a test all electoral bodies. It has allowed for a series of abuses, and we will see if some of those countries that have taken a step, which in my point of view, step towards in the wrong direction, we will see if they later on recover or go back to the old ways that protect democracy. But Larry Diamond has mentioned some things that I would like to highlight as well, because my comments would be very similar to his, because I have learned, thanks to the data and then the analysis that he has been providing us in the last few years, especially when he started talking about democratic recession. But I would like to maybe highlight 2 or 3 of his points. The first one being something that we have been seeing for a while, which is the increase of polarization in democratic systems. I think polarization is extremely dangerous for the health of democratic institutions, because it changes the capacity to assess the political reality, i.e., there is certain bias due to the rationale of this polarization, which is aggravated by populism, of course. So there's a clear distinction between groups. It's us and it's them. So what that favors, or what that fosters, is a predisposition to assess what's happening in the political arena solely and exclusively from the perspective of this group, of our group. Tribal epistemology, we can call it, or a tribal moral. So it's pretty much getting tricked by the information that's coming from those with whom we share our own political identity. So I think this is extremely dangerous for democratic health, for the health of democracy. And this is connected to another point, which he highlighted, and I also think it's extremely important, which is the distortion that's coming from social media. Social media are completely out of control. In many cases, they have replaced the function of the traditional media, and that they're not only fostering that polarization, but in many cases, there's active and systematic efforts to spread misinformation and disinformation. So I don't know how much time I have left. I would like to mention one more point. Okay, we ran out of time, but you can have 30 seconds. Okay, so very quickly, the last point is electronic vote, and many people have mentioned electronic voting and the new technologies that are applied to democratic processes. And I'd like to highlight something here, which is the risk of having, and I don't think this is too dramatic, but an Orwellian control regarding the power over citizens. And we have seen it that it has been, quote unquote, authorized in the pandemic. So could we be assisting a full subversion of the main principle, the core principle of democracy, which means that citizens are the ones that control the power, but now we might be facing the opposite, that the power is controlling the citizens, not only through misinformation and disinformation mechanisms, but also through their own movements. What are the initiatives that will be put in place? And since everything goes through the internet, that control is relatively easy. And this is an instrument that we see that is being practiced in authoritarian countries such as China, also Russia. So I think we have threat which is extremely difficult to face and to sort, and we have seen it in the last American elections, when in my opinion, the oldest democracy in the world, the US, when they start questioning the results of an election, and 75% of those who voted for the Republican Party, i.e. the losers of that electoral process, believe whoever is saying that the election was rigged, then we are facing a huge issue. Thank you, Fernando. We will have 3 minutes each for just closing remarks. So thank you very much, Fernando, for these comments. I think there are elements that are in common, that have been mentioned in common, both from a global perspective, the overall challenges being faced by democracies, by rule of law, these effects that this relationship Luis mentioned is having regarding very specific challenges. And Donna also mentioned this. And also this analysis that Fernando and Larry have put on the table from, I would say, an analytical perspective of how democracies are being eroded by very concrete and real situations that have been mentioned already, but also by a series of processes that can be distinguishable and have been mentioned by both Larry and Fernando, and that have a negative impact on the main pillars of the rule of law and democracy, and some actions and specific challenges that we could address have been mentioned. And just like Fernando mentioned a few minutes ago, I think the outlook of this panel and the scope is quite broad and large. And so it is concerning on the one side, it is seriously concerning overall, but I also think that once we identify these challenges clearly from a practical, hands-on and empirical outlook, and also from an analytical perspective, we can have a better idea on how to move forward. So I think this has been very useful. So now I would like to ask you that in no more than 3 minutes, and in the same order that we participated before, you can give us your closing remarks. So each panelist will have 3 minutes. So Larry, please go ahead. In 3 minutes, can you just summarize your ideas on this topic? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Martin. It's been an excellent discussion. I want to thank Fernando for his various very kind words, and thank all three of my fellow panelists for the work they're doing and the thinking they're doing. I think you saw in Donna Parchment Brown's remarks how important it is for democratically elected or appointed officials in the infrastructure of democracy. And I think we've also grasped how important it is for civil society leaders to show empathy and responsiveness to the concerns of and frustrations and growing disillusionment of democratic citizens. That's my first point. My second point is that we have to, I think, abandon all assumptions, reassurances, and teleology about the inevitability of democracy. I take very seriously the public opinion evidence which we see throughout the Americas Barometer and the Latino Barometro of the erosion of democratic support for democracy. And we shouldn't assume that just because a democracy in Jamaica or wherever has been existing as long as it has, that it is secure. I am very, very concerned about the erosion of democracy in the United States. And I think that the sponsor of this conference has produced a really outstanding concept note. I congratulate the National Electoral Institute for the quality of the concept note and underscoring the enduring importance, I can't put this powerfully enough, of independent, autonomous, professional electoral administration that has strong and transparent norms and clear, effective organization and strong procedures for managing elections. And this is all eroding in the United States now under partisan assault. And I have been very, very deeply sobered by the fact that in a democracy as supposedly advanced, mature, institutionalized, quote, consolidated as the United States, that this could happen. So I think we're in an era of imperative to renew some of the basic assumptions and values about democracy, to find ways to defend basic democratic values and institutions. And I'll just close by saying that in some of the recent literature on democratic backsliding, including some of the articles we published in the Journal of Democracy, we find, again, what I think many of us well understand and what has run through this meeting, that what prevents elements and movements of democratic backsliding and decay from bringing down democracy are three key pillars. One is the independent institutions of the state that won't go along with the illiberal or ultimately authoritarian project, and that defend institutional integrity. And of course, the courts are crucial here, and the courts saved us from the project to reverse the Democratic presidential election in the United States last year. But electoral management bodies are also crucial. And the courageous decisions, as you know, of some of our electoral management officials in the United States, like the Georgia Secretary of State, to resist the pressure of a corrupt president, saved us from a much worse crisis. But we might not be able to count on that in the future. The second, of course, is the political parties and their recommitment to democratic norms. But that is precisely what is eroding in many of our democracies. And the third is civil society. And this brings us back to the importance of organizing across the polarizing party lines to defend the integrity of the process and engaging the issues that Donna Parchment Brown spoke of to revalorize and re-embrace fundamental democratic norms.
Gracias, Larry. Donna Parchment, por favor.
Thank you very much, Larry. Donna Parchment, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Martin, thank you so much. I've really felt privileged to be in this company. Larry, Fernando, and Luis, you have talked about things that matter to all of us in different ways and to different degrees in our countries. And I think as a person who is a complete news hound, I watch news everywhere. I've really been in pain in the last couple of years as we have seen matters that feel incapable of being addressed, but yet we feel must be addressed for the sake of the people who own the countries in which we live. Embas and related entities like my office as the political ombudsman really represent the positive aspiration of our citizens and politicians, but as has already been said, attracts some and sometimes much animus from political actors and others. This comes from those who benefit from what Dr. Herbert Gale of the University of the West Indies describes as victory addiction. And as we all know, any addiction causes us not to think as rationally as we are capable of. And this victory addiction idea, he says, accepts another concept of segmentary factionalism, which we generally talk about as political polarization. So we create these segments or these factions, and this serves as a cloak and an impetus for breakdown of the rule of law, leading to loss of faith in democracy, because the member of the faction is only loyal to the faction. Mm-hmm. Political polarization, of course, has an impact and harms policymaking and the lawmaking process, and may lead to maladministration. So these are not just, soft, vague ideas. These are real things that affect mothers and fathers and children and grandparents, and lead to decisions not being made in a timely manner, or decisions being made based on a majority vote that has not been able to persuade the other side, either because of their intransigence or because of lack of clarity of a policy. This harms society. So for me, democracy is not just a theoretical ideal. It is something that affects the day-to-day life of every person. Let us remember that most of our institutions, and indeed most of us, were created in the 20th century. I dare say all of us on this conversation were created in the 20th century. And so most of our populations that we're relating to today were children or not yet born at that time. And they're very much 21st century people. And so many did not experience the challenges that led to the creation of these institutions, nor did we experience what led our forefathers to believe democracy was something worth doing. And so there's a bit of disconnect between the public and the institutions, ideas, philosophies, and values that are tied into democracy. They feel somewhat disengaged, and many feel that what they're experiencing just started yesterday. We must reset now to be worthy of our assignments. Constitution, and as Larry mentioned, and I'm an attorney, the courts to me are just absolutely vital. But what would be better is for people to know the law, understand the law, and not need to be turned back by the court. Because even when you win in the court, there's harm for people and their ideas. Across the Americas and indeed across the globe, I really want to talk about Reset 2021 and beyond, which must be pursued, in my opinion, with a people-centered approach. We, though, must begin to occupy the digital space as if we're pop stars. Yes, Martin, like we're pop stars, we have to occupy the digital space so that we can really connect to the citizens of our countries. So many of our organizations are going to need to bring in youngsters as volunteers, interns, or staff to help us address and rethink a lot of the ways in which we are talking to the public. In my opinion, again, most candidates for political office are indeed worthy of their hire, but many get lost in the systems and practices which thrive on loyalty to the team. We can promote dialogue and mediation to support change. And in the words of Sir Patrick Allen, there is nothing wrong with Jamaica, and you can put your country where I've said Jamaica, that cannot be fixed by what is right with Jamaica. COVID has shown us that it is time for bold, positive action together, nationally and globally. In the same way we have had the COVID challenge, we can address some of those ideas to the democracy challenge. Rule of law and good governance are minimum standards for democracy. Older Jamaicans fought and struggled for participatory democracy and the right to vote. We have the privilege of certain places in society that requires of us that we do not dishonor their sacrifice by allowing democracy to be further minimized and lost. Thank you very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Gracias. Gracias a ti, Donna. Luis, por favor, una...
Thank you very much to you, Donna. Luis, a very, very brief conclusion, please. Yes, at the end, and Larry Fernando had mentioned about this, politics and democracy is it's kind of a language construction, a language act where we show who we are. Polarization is due to the fact that our interpretation frameworks are closed. We analyze the reality from our point of view. Social media reaffirm all this. We are surrounded by people that we know. So as far as we are capable, and Donald said this when Donna said this, I am as far as the other exists, and I'm concerned about his fears, about his interpretation, about his thoughts. And this is to converge in democracy and the importance of the civil society. It's full of dialogue, of political meetings where people go in and out exactly as they went in the meeting. They are not going to listen. They are only putting on the table and competing with the other frameworks. And the possibility of surpassing this has to do with new leaderships. We need to be different as from when we got into the meeting than when we went out of the meeting. What we are asking to the authorities is not to impose the truth or a governmental program. It is to set a direction line to receive a votation along these lines and to listen and to be able to learn from this power exercise. There is a whole space which is very important to develop, to modify the way that we discuss, to be able to receive or to be impacted, to be affected by the interpretation of others. Issues do not have a solution. They are quite complex and they require patience and enough capacity to make distinctions layer by layer, growth, climate change. There is no silver bullet for each one of the solutions, and we have to take out the masks and to question that supply of the leadership that has easy solutions. We have to face it, to confront it. Otherwise, it's going to be the imposition of an interpretation framework that could lead to authoritarianism. Thank you very much. Fernando, your conclusions. Yes. I think that I don't need even 3 minutes. I would like to introduce something that we have not touched, but I think that is fundamental and critical in this time. The huge novelty for our democracy is that we have a very efficient competitor who is China, who is serving as a model for many developing countries, because China, what is doing is that it makes or forms corporations of an efficient government that at the same time has positive consequences, not only for the development itself, the economic and the technological development of the country, but for most of the citizens and the population. But of course, what we are setting aside or overseeing is that China is a continent. China is not a country. China is 3 times Europe's population, just to give you an idea. So I think that it is paramount that within the democratic systems, not only we have to care about the dimension that has to do of respect the procedures or legality or institutions, but we also need to tend to or to see what people want. And what people want is an efficient government, a responsible, accountable government, and a government that has the capability to address their needs. And I think that Luis has pointed out this kind of divorce that we have had in several sectors of Latin America, where when we implemented democratic systems, they have not been able to make reality what they have promised. And we have to make an effort there, really, because what could be the destruction of the democratic systems is truly that if we are not capable, able enough to explain to people in a realistic manner that some problems are not going to be solved, because yes, that's going to be the truth, because this is a task that is that corresponds to all mankind, and this has to do, for example, with the climate change. And there is a lack of leadership because we are used to have a rhetorical where we always have a positive political action. We also, or people want to know bad news. They need to know how or what are they facing. Do not create illusions that are not going to be met. They don't want to feel deceived. I know that democracy is capable of assuming the commitment with a description of the reality from the standpoint of politics. And that's the end. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando. It's a shame that we are limited by time, but the formats are the formats. And so I think that the formats that we have had, thank you very much, Larry, Donna, Luis, Fernando. It has been very enlightening, and we have to continue with our next roundtable, but I think that the reflections are very enlightening. Now I can see right now Adriana Favela here. So on behalf of the National Electoral Institute in Mexico, thank you very much to all the participants of the panel, and please continue with us in this global forum on democracy. And Adriana Favela is going to continue with the next roundtable. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Vamos a instalar esto.
Hola, buenas tardes. Primero pregunto si hay algún receso que estaba previsto.
Well, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to ask if there is a break or shall we continue? No, we are going to continue. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. So we are going to continue. First of all, good afternoon to all the participants. Welcome to the fourth session of the Global Forum on Democracy, Election and Election Bodies, which we are going to analyze and discuss some of the main issues, challenges that democracy is posing in the first decades of the 21st century. I think that all the information that we have been listening to during this global forum have been very important, and I am going to take some of the topics, of course, importance of democracy, but of course, this disenchantment that we have from the population of what they were expecting for a democracy. Elections, but also the risk that they have right now because of the different circumstances and within the relationships with their own governments. What we also were listening about in the last meeting, the last round, is very important to listen, to have a new way to listen and to communicate with people. We need to understand the standpoint of others, to be able to receive the information, understand the points of view, and to look for better solutions. We have also talked about the need of having new types of leadership that are not only are not only, as we have seen during the last year, promises, and we are looking only to win the elections and to have more votes, but without really having a clear idea on what we have to do when we get to office. And our friends from the last roundtable was telling us that people want an efficient government that solves the issues that we are living and that address their essential needs. This is kind of the foundation of any state or country. We have also heard about that they haven't been able to make a reality the promises that they are promising when we migrate to a democratic system. And something important is how mankind has to be in charge and to think about the issues, the problems that we are living, because there is not only one solution and we all have to be involved and engaged in what we need to check, to reflect on, to look for the best solutions, even though they are not magical solutions. But now we are going to go directly to our round number 4. We are speaking about democracy, elections, and in electoral organizations or bodies. We have Salvador Romero for Bolivia, who is an expert in electoral matters. We also have Rafael López Pintor from Spain, who is an expert, an electoral expert. We have Irena Hadziabik from Bosnia and Herzegovina, who is a member of the Central Election Commission of the country. And we also have Leonardo Valdés, who is a former president counselor of the INE. And of course, these are very relevant topics: democracy, elections, and EMBs. And the important matter here is for you to share your different experiences, which are the issues or the problems that you are facing in your countries, you have observed at a global level regarding all these topics. How is that we can make democracy to become a way of government, but also a way of life, that elections should not be the only way to politically participate in the society, but besides voting in the elections, you also have to involve yourself and follow up to those that have been elected. We have to have transparency, accountability, etc. And I think that we have lots of things to say regarding this and the electoral bodies, the relevance, but the huge risk that we have if we lose autonomy, among other circumstances. So right now, I know that you know the dynamic of the event. Now I would like to give the floor to each one of the panelists, and you have up to 8 minutes for each presentation. After the round of presentation, you are going to have 3 more minutes for conclusions and for the closing remarks. So we are going to begin, and I am going to give the floor to Salvador Romero, our electoral expert from Bolivia, who is the former president of the Electoral Tribunal, the High Electoral Tribunal. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Adriana, for your presentation. And I would like to thank the National Electoral Institute for your invitation. I am very honored to share this panel with so much colleagues and friends. When we think about the link between democracy, elections, and EMBs, it's important to start from the principle that democracy and elections have bidirectional relationships. I mean, they reinforce themselves or they weaken themselves or reciprocally. And in both cases, EMBs are the leverage of that strengthening because they carry out their job in a proper manner, or otherwise they are the instruments to weaken the electoral processes. I am going to give this brief explanation in 3 stages. The first one, which shows an important path or journey, the consolidation of electoral processes in Latin America in the last decades. Then we are going to go to the rising of new realities that are concerning. And finally, we are going to have a reflection of electoral bodies that unfortunately may contribute to the weakening of democracy. We are going to start with the technical consolidation of electoral processes in Latin America in the last decades that have been a result of several evolutions, the convergence of reforms in order to widen competencies, attributions, and powers, and that have reinforced impartiality attributes of the EMBs. These reforms have been motivated many times by the conviction to strengthen the rule of law. In a parallel manner, the capacities of the EMBs have increased, have been enhanced, their professionalism. This is one of the most notorious contributions in Latin America, or evolutions, and lessons learned from horizontal exchanges that are possible thanks to the existence of the organizations that link the EMBs, but also a very important job of the observers, the observing missions to allow this horizontal exchange, which have been the consequences of this technical consolidation of the EMBs, the democratic regimes that are more consolidated with legal governments, with legitimacy, and in most of the countries with a horizon of alternancy. Nevertheless, there are the alternation. There are new weaknesses, and this is the weaknesses of the EMBs that are harassed, and this is deteriorating trust of citizens in the institution. But moreover, the procedures and the electoral resources and the questionings that are unfounded. Here we have to distinguish between 2 lines of weakening and harassment of the electoral or the EMBs. On the one hand, a line of harassment that is coming for political stakeholders that are relevant, that could be constituent elements of a country. In some areas, the list of voters; in other places, the voting machines, like in Brazil; in other countries, the data, electoral data. In other countries, we also have a cutoff of a budget or the will of cutting off the powers of electoral bodies, or we doubt about their impartiality. And obviously, within all these attacks, the severe one is intent of capping not only by the political parties, but this is one line from the government. That's one line that is coming from the institutional area, from the political stakeholders. But we need to acknowledge that part of the harassment to EMBs is coming from a polarization, a social and political polarization, which is quite strong and intense, which is not recognizing the electoral result. And sometimes they are channeled through the media. So, and this creates alternative truths about the results without proof, without evidence, by denying legitimacy to the contendant and to the electoral body. And unfortunately, many of the recent elections have been signed by this polarization. So which are the very severe consequences? The erosion of elections as a social and economic mechanisms that allows the alternation, regular alternation in the power, and pacific engagement. I would like to reflect on the huge risk that election and democracy are in, these weakened EMBs, and most of all, those that are cut off by the government, because here we have to distinguish. An election could be executed, technically executed in a very sound and proper manner, but this does not mean that it is a competitive, a clean, that we have a horizon of alternation. And these traits or these features that make an election democratic could be distorted through decisions that are embraced by EMBs, specifically through the electoral justice, and that end up excluding political organizations, inhabilitating candidacies, and they adopt or embrace these decisions by favoring in a systematic manner a political arena which is wrong or bad for the other field. And this is done through constitutional rupture, very clear ruptures that could have a date. For example, in the case of the military coup d'etat, today, this democratic degradation is done through progressive sliding to gray areas, and then in some way, some manner, we surpass the borders of democracy. This is a mid-term process, but it always is it always revealed in its most pure way that they have surpassed the line and the limit of democracy in an electoral process that becomes the starting point which separates, divides a country from their ownership to the democratic community, and it's passing or transforming in an authoritarian government. So we need to seek and to look the relationships among the electoral bodies, elections, and democracy in a comprehensive manner. And that's the end of my comment. Thank you very much, Adriana. Thank you very much, Dr. Salvador Romero. Your explanation has been very interesting. Now we're going to give the floor to Rafael Lopez Pintor. He is an electoral expert from Spain. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Adriana. Thank you very much to the INE for this invitation to the Democracy Forum. I'm delighted to share this forum with such a good friend, Salvador, Leonardo, Edina. It's a while that I have not seen her, and I'm going to be very brief. I am going to make some comments that I think are not very encouraging, but it's the reality. 2021 has been good in terms of the electoral community. And the best news of the year is to discover, as the months passed by, that COVID was not substantially impacting neither electoral participation nor the elections, the results. Nevertheless, we need to take the proper measures for the election, and that's the way it has been in Latin America. As we have seen in the rest of the world, we have experienced more than 100 elections, and we know that this threat that at the beginning of the year was really seen as a very dark cloud has not been such, and it has been thanks to the good management of fundamentally of the EMBs. Now, bad news. The bad news, and the worst of all, is that the coup d'etats are back. We have had 5 military coup d'etats and 1 civil coup d'etat. Let's call it civil coup d'etat. The one of Tunisia, because they have stopped the legal rights, but they have been doing a very good job in the EMB that they had there, and they have made a great effort. But well, they had the coup d'etat. We had another one in Mali, in Myanmar in 2021, in September in Guinea, and in Sudan, the last one. So all this was very... I mean, there are some cases in which the political stability has been greater than other ones, like, for example, in Mali and Guinea. Now, with this background, we have to mention a statement that compiles the concern that we have, because we are mentioning the military coup d'etats, but this is because the fundamental concern that my fundamental concern is that electoral bodies are being attacked systematically, and in Latin America specifically by the right and the left. There are recent cases, like, for example, the case of Bolivia, which representative is in this panel was attacked mainly by the presidency because they concentrate lots of power in their scheme, but he was attacked by the right and the left. The same happened in Peru. I mean, I don't want to mention more cases because these two are quite notorious. We have the recent experience of Nicaragua, that it's not that they are attacking the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Tribunal of Nicaragua has been completely taken out of all the autonomy and the powers. So I would like to mention 3 traps of electoral administrations today, in a very general manner. And in order to be a little bit demagogic, I would say that the trap of independence, the trap of competencies, and the trap of alternation. What do I mean by the trap of independence? In these last 25 or 30 years, in general, the electoral commissions in the world, most of them were new, have been speaking a lot about independence. And at the end of, and in the 21st century, governments have only been limiting the independence that they used to have in case they had one that was some formality. But in the case of Latin America, where the electoral commissions, the tribunals, the electoral councils are pioneer institutions of the democracy, because they appear at the beginning of the 20th century. These are the first electoral organizations that we have separated from the executive. Later on, and we are speaking about the 20s in in Uruguay, Chile, Costa Rica, etc. Later on, We had the Commission of India in the 50s, and we have Malta with the decolonization process, and then with the third wave, we had tens of commissions and electoral tribunals. But they fill their mouth with the word independence. But what has happened that the political executive is arguing that the commissions stand independent as a way that they use more and more to make responsible all these communities what is wrong in the elections, that frequently is a manipulation of the government or the political parties or both. But I'm referring to the government most of all. So this is a trap with which we have to be very careful, not to speak a lot about the independence, the standalone, that the organizations are standalone, not only for the government, for the great powers and the economic interests and other in other branches. The second trump is the competencies branch. And it's also that many electoral or bodies in these last 20 years have embraced very happily the fact to have more competencies, more powers. Yes, we are very happy because we have more things to do. And even though these competencies are coming together or aligned to more budget, nevertheless, they are posing a huge burden on the tribunal or on the EMBs that does not correspond. I mean, the administrative, economic, and burden does not align with the responsibilities that they have. So here they have to delimit, they have to outline which are the competencies that are not part of the essence of the electoral competency. And I'm going to give an example, some areas like political financing, social media, to mention two that are very important. And there are some other institutions in the state and in the society that have some power on these topics, and it's not fair that when we have institutions around the 19th century that are not able even to carry out their functions, they have to pose this burden on these electoral tribunals and the court, and because it's unfair, and the commissions should not be happy to have more burden, but the other way around, they need to defend that they have a very limited competency and that they have to share it with other agencies of the state, and the governments are quite complicit in this area, because if I manipulate financing or funding as a party or as a government, and I'm very happy because you are the ones that are responsible for this. And finally, we have the trap of alternation. Alternation is a test of the cotton of democracy. I mean, alternation is that we accept that we can lose, and we lose because we know, we are convinced that we can win again, and the one who wins knows that the one that loses can go back to the power or to office. Somebody mentioned the other day in a forum, I think that it was Rafael Martinez, a very enlightened Mexican colleague. He was saying that democracy is learn how to lose. I mean, learn how to lose. So that's alternation. So we play with alternation, and the examples, one of the most clear examples in the region, in Nicaragua and Venezuela 2 days ago, is the simulation that I am doing it very well. I am following the rules, but the only thing that I'm doing is playing a game, and I'm working against alternation, even to remain, if I remain in office, and knowing that I can go out, I'm competing versus my adversaries, and in a very free level land of game. So I think that all these traps should be thought and reflected by the administrators, and Latin America, that was a pioneer in establishing all these bodies, which were completely separated and independent from the other organizations. We have to rescue this democratic process that has been so hard to set up. We have to defend what is our own. Thank you very much. We have run out of time. Thank you very much.
Adelante con las intervenciones y discúlpenme por interrumpir porque
So I
realmente
apologize for interrupting, but it was very interesting. But now we have Irina's intervention from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please go ahead, dear Irina, and thank you for welcome to this forum.
Thank you, Adriana. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and really honor to participate this event and to see all my colleagues and distinguished professors and experts from all around the world. So as election commissioner, I should focus on my experience working in an election management body. Do you hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes.
Okay. So we, election management body members, are responsible for safeguarding the legitimacy of election process. We would like, and our task is to organize free, equal, fair, transparent elections, and our operation should be effective and in the best interest of voters. So what we are trying to achieve is a high level of professionalism during our work. We are trying to be autonomous and separated from the government, and we
Recording
really
stopped. Recording in progress.
And we should actually show the ability to conduct legitimate elections. That means the elections without fraud and mistrust. But this is so demanding and so challenging, especially in post-conflict and transitional countries. We are actually facing political pressure. We are facing lack of budget. These are all the ways how government can actually have impact on our work. We are under stress. We don't have enough time for so many tasks. It simply takes a lot of time to consolidate election management body in post-conflict and transitional countries. Let me tell you that in the period after the war in my country, from 1996 till 2002, our main goal was just to hold elections and to finalize them. And of course, we had a period that we lacked infrastructure, we lacked the human capital, we had security threats. And we managed, but only thanks to the international assistance. So it took us almost 7 years that we could say that we somehow consolidate election management body. Today it is Central Election Commission of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then we could enter the second phase. And our second phase came after 2004. That means almost 9 years after the war. And then we said, okay, we got some skills. We think that we can do more. Let's focus on the reforms. Let's focus on the improvements. For example, in 2006, we managed to introduce the new modality in voter registration. So we transfer it from active registration to the passive voter registration system. And these improvements resulted in a more accurate voter lists, but we didn't overcome difficulties. Challenge to maintain high accuracy voter lists still remains nowadays, especially in the era when even excellent voter lists could be under criticism. We have seen that in many countries. I'm talking about my neighboring countries. Recently, North Macedonia had a terrible problem with new technology for checking voter ID. So together with traditional challenges like election-related violence, lack of electoral management body capacities, election fraud, we are now facing new challenges. Health crisis mentioned, massive introduction of new technologies, very often connected with different cybersecurity threats, spread of misinformation, disinformation. My colleagues already mentioned even more, and more is going to come. But all this requires a new set of function for electoral management body in order that we maintain the quality of election process. So my point is, when you build something and reach something, it's so easy to lose what you invested in if you don't manage to keep the quality. We as CMBs lack the capacity to communicate properly during the different types of crisis. We don't know what to do with social media control now when the campaign is transferred online. We don't understand cybersecurity threats at all, especially now when we are working from home, and we will probably continue to work from home during the pandemic. We don't actually understand the critical information structure and how it can impact our work. Gain achieved in promotion of democracy can be easily lost. New challenges are evolving and developing, and new approach has to be defined. That I heard from my colleagues, and sometimes I have a feeling that we are repeating a lot of same things, but that means that these are all important points, and maybe it's not bad even to repeat. So we have to cooperate and build trust among all stakeholders. We don't like critics. Very often when we are receiving critics from some parts of government, institutions, civil society group, we cut off them. This is not good. I think that we should get better capacity and knowledge actually to navigate process during these different crises. For example, during pandemic in my country, the whole situation provoked operational and legal challenges that had raised controversies. Shall we hold or postpone the elections? Because we had these difficult and actually holes in our legislation. So we were not sure, are we making proper decisions, let's say. So we have to be better prepared to manage the risk, to build resilience. And if we wonder what is the best way to find solutions for electoral management bodies, besides, of course, international assistance, I think that even international organizations who are assisting us, they should change their approach and focus their strategy on as a long-term strategy, and they should focus on, and we as CMB as well in our strategies, focus on sustainable activities. Exchange of experience is extremely important. For me, this whole day was benefit. So together with my colleagues, I attended numerous events organized by European Association of Election Officials and World Association of Election Bodies. So thanks to this networking, we could hear good and bad practice. But if we exchange our experience, we shall not repeat mistakes. And I will finalize at the moment, and I will just tell that all this, what can be, I mean, idea for a new approach can actually help us to find some ideas for new solutions. But we have to think about that urgently. And let me finish, and then I will maybe give some proposals how I see that maybe this in conclusion remark can be benefit for this. I would be very happy if it was useful to anyone. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Irena, por tu participación. Y claro
Thank
que
you very much, Irina, for your presentation. Of course, what you mentioned has been extremely useful. In a few minutes, we will discuss that. But now, Dr. Leonardo Valdez, I'm very happy to greet you. He is the former counselor president of what used to be the Federal Electoral Institute, which is now the National Electoral Institute. Of course, he's from Mexico. So please go ahead, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Madam Counselor. It is an honor for me to participate in this event. I would like to greet you and please extend my greetings to all the counselors and the counselor president. I'm very happy to participate with Irena, which I haven't seen for a while, and I'm very happy to see her, with Salvador and Rafael also, who had made very important comments from a global perspective. I would like to thank Manuel Carrilla for the invitation. Arturo Núñez, Richard Subiet. I'm very happy to be with all of you here, and I understand that earlier this morning, Dr. Dieter Nolan was here. I have had the pleasure of working with him in the last few years. After I left the INE, and I'm mentioning his name because with him I learned something that I want to share. Dieter mentioned a long time ago that learning about political science and teaching political sciences and doing political science, we have to make an effort to migrate from the culture of opinions to the culture of arguments. So it's important that we start building our discourse as political scientists, not only providing our opinions. And that's what I will try to do in this short period of time. And from the Mexican perspective, of course, because the Mexican case, I think we have a lot of opinions regarding our democratic transition.
Lo que podemos perder si se deconstruye esta.
So this is how we build this democratic institutionality. So while studying the electoral reforms and the electoral system that we currently have in Mexico, I've seen that for a long time, because before we had a very dominant and highly controlled system, controlled by the executive, we saw with these reforms some kind of struggle or contradiction between the political elite that thought, and they weren't wrong, that elections legitimize elected officials, and that in Mexico, with that all-powerful political party, that legitimacy or legitimization process was being undermined. And there was also a part of the political elite that would think that legitimacy was important, but control was even more important. It's important to control the electoral process, and especially that the result is the right one. At that point, in that political party, they had to guarantee that the incumbent political party would always win and would never lose. So we had an institutionality that was focused on that. First of all, we had the Federal Electoral Commission chaired by the Ministry of the Interior that had no employees and that you would make decisions, but it was applied by the government employees. So that institutional design would control the process, but if the process was at some point in time not controlled, we had the Electoral College that we inherited from the Cadiz Constitution. And Congress would decide on the presidential election. So if the incumbent party was defeated somewhere, the Electoral College would amend the mistake and would control the result of the election. So from that perspective, there are two electoral reforms in Mexico that are extremely important. In 1996, (1989 and 1996. The first one created the Federal Electoral Institute and transferred a control of the elections to this institute. And also the playing field was leveled so that the results of the elections were credible, so that elections were competitive, so that there was a true origin legitimacy in these elections. And in 1996, besides having full autonomy, the IFE having full autonomy to professionally organize and hold elections, which used to be the IFE and now is the INE. So in that reform from '96, the Electoral Tribunal of Mexico was created, and electoral colleges were eliminated. So the control of the election was left in the hands of jurisdictional authority, and also solving the conflicts and the results of the elections were done that way. So it was suitably resolved. I mean, that contradiction between the legitimacy of the electoral process and the control. So these two institutions were created, and we as Mexicans have to defend these two institutions because they are the ones that have allowed us to build this democracy, and these are the institutions that will allow us to continue to have political plurality, and that the government will be a product of the will of Mexican citizens, that with their vote choose the rulers, they legitimize electoral processes, and this is how we continue building the democracy that this country deserves. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I would like to thank you for your attention and for your invitation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Leonardo Valdez, for your participation. All your comments were extremely important, and I would like to very briefly summarize some of them. For instance, Salvador Romero is talking about how we are seeing a weakening of EMBs, how they're being harassed, how there's trust is being eroded, how the government can co-opt the EMB. There's a socio-political organization that oftentimes People want to challenge the elections with baseless claims. How social media are sometimes used to delegitimize elections or to plant the idea in the minds of people that something is fishy, something is not right, that there's corruption, and weakening of democracy, and how an election can be held perfectly, but maybe we don't have the right conditions for competitiveness, equity, and other circumstances to really have a different result. And Dr. Rafael Lopez Pintor from Spain, he talked about the good and the bad news. And I'm happy that COVID hasn't affected this electoral participation. And I think many countries in the world made a brief pause to see what was happening with the elections. And then they resumed the organization of the elections. And this is happening pretty much all over the world. And the negative news, you talked about 5 coups. The EMBs are being attacked. And something very important as well, the traps of independence, of having more competencies, I mean the EMBs, and also alternation. And here in Mexico, we always say that the INE is an autonomous body, but we also think about how independence or autonomy, however we want to call it, is what is used to attack this EMB. If something goes wrong, it's the fault of the EMB because it is autonomous. And many times these competencies don't come with a bigger budget to perform these activities, and sometimes there are some activities that don't depend on us entirely, but on some other institutions. And Irina talked about how the EMB has evolved in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She also highlighted the importance of international assistance and how now that they have a certain level of maturity, we have to focus on both topics, such as reforms, improvements, how they went from an active to a passive system for the voters list. But she talked about something extremely important, which is maintaining the quality of the activities of EMBs, because that's where the trust of the population resides, and we cannot reduce that quality. But of course, to maintain that quality, and this is something that it's my opinion, we need the right infrastructure, the right powers, and the financial elements to do so. And also, you talked about how social media are becoming more relevant, and how we have to look after cyber attacks, and how, and I think this is the main topic of this global forum, of not losing what we have achieved, and more so seeing how we can perfect and improve our democracy, how to cooperate and create trust in all stakeholders of an election. And you also talked about something very important, that oftentimes we don't like criticism as EMBs, but she also invited us to be resilient, to listen, and to see how we can improve all these matters. And she also talked about the fact that we need to have sustainable activities and also the exchange of experiences. I think this is something that's very important, that we have to do globally in order to gather these good practices and continue moving forward, improving our democracies. And Dr. Leonardo Valdez talked about the fact that we haven't really built important grounds for democracy, and he talked about people giving their opinions. And we have to have a very clear grounds to support our democracy. And he also talked about the different reforms and how electoral processes are legitimized with IFE or INE now, and how there's a control, but from the jurisdictional standpoint, that has led us to political plurality, and knowing that the incumbent is just a result of the will of the citizens. So this has been a very enriching panel session, and now I would like to give the floor again to the panel members so that in 3 minutes each you can close with a conclusion. So we will start with Salvador Romero. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Adriana. And I would like to give a closing remark by stating out that the protection of elections and that the EMBs is important and paramount, critical at any time, but it is much more important in the
están viviendo
times that democracy and the rule of law are going backwards, when what we have is not the democratic driver, but this is a regressive movement. This makes us think about the importance on consolidating the progress in technical matters that EMBs are having, modernization, professionalism in the organization of elections. These are some elements that we have progress and we need to preserve them, but it's also important to rethink about the elements that make a good election. A good election is a democratic election. So we have to emphasize, and this is going to be one of the great challenges in the future, are not going to be the technical elements or matters, but to be sure, to ensure that democratic principles are being abided by, and those elements that are defining, marking, and embracing the democratic election trend to vary very few in time. Meaning that while technical modernization elements may progress very quickly, the elements defining democratic elections tend to be much more stable a long time. And maybe this is the time to go back and keep our sight on the elements defining the characteristics of a democracy in an electoral process. And I think that the core challenge, and I think that this global meeting aims to that, is how are we preserving or enhance trust in EMBs in elections. And of course, I'm thinking on those that are properly executed with loyalty towards democratic principles of the stakeholders that are not very loyal to the democratic system, or in societies that are deeply polarized and they tend to have some mistrust on the procedures, the EMBs, and the electoral results. This is one of the greatest challenges in this stage that which we are living in the democratic regimes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Salvador Romero. Now we are going to give the floor to Dr. Rafael Lopez, please. Thank you very much, Adriana. I am going to close my presentation, my remarks, by telling you the three locks of the independence, competency, and alternation regarding the electoral authority. And the three basic or main locks that are impacting electoral activity, and we have to defend them. We have to defend all these padlocks that are not always locked. And these three locks or padlocks are the criteria that are leading to independence and the professional and organic autonomy, which is the system of to appoint and to remove electoral officials, the budgetary disbursement, and the status of the staff working in the electoral organization or body. For these three things, no one is going to defend the EMBs in the government. That's going to be very difficult. The electoral authority has to defend themselves not only through legal means and promoting reforms that they should be there, they should have legal reforms, but to get there, you have to go through the allies of the reform. And who are the allies of the reform? The political parties, even in systems that are being disintegrated. I mean, the political forces, powers, and organizations, and the organization of the civil society. Do not forget that the electoral administrations as independent bodies are there or are born to defend themselves from the executive power that has been dominated by the old liberal conservative political parties. It doesn't matter their name. And in Europe in the 20s, those same parties are in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and all this impact is precisely because there is no electoral management or administration. What was happening in Mexico with the PRI? Why? Because the political parties took out from the older political parties at the beginning of the century, but mainly between both world wars, I mean the first and the second one, they took out electoral attributions or powers or authority. So they are again taking out of to those parties and the small urban class at the end of the 19th century, they are removing the political power in order to obtain or to attain independence. But right now it seems that the real parties are abusing the institutions that were born to defend the executive power. So the electoral bodies do not have any other allies than the ones that they had from the beginning, which are the political organizations and the civil society organizations, and they have to make policy in the broad sense of the term. They have to safeguard the Commonwealth. I mean, how are their powers, their authorities? How can they be cut off? What does it mean to be independent? And I'm going to finish with these three padlocks. We need to guarantee that if they have good regulations, they have to abide by the rules. And if the practices are not so good, which is many times the case with the budgets, we have to defend it before the public opinion. The reality, we cannot ask an administration to make an election with a budget that clearly is not going to be enough to organize the election. And I want to give recent examples because we have it everywhere. And the administrations cannot ask also for the budget that they want because there is a budgetary system in all the countries, and we have to fall in it, but with transparency. I am not going to ask for double, knowing that I'm only going to spend 50%. I mean, we have to be realistic and brave and bold, but no one in a government today is going to defend electoral administrations. Be sure of this, because that's what we have been seeing in the last 20 years. And we will continue to see this, not only in new democracies or the re-established democracies, which is the case of many of Latin America. No, this is the case of the old democracies from the United States to Czechoslovakia, the old Czechoslovakia, now the Czech Republic. Thank you very much, Dr. Rafael. Very interesting your remarks. Now, Irena, it's your turn. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Well, in my final conclusion, I would actually like to stress that, in my opinion, Now when we have more complex situation than ever, because the old challenges didn't stop and the new challenges are here and more new challenges is going to come, and EMBs are not prepared at all. We have to actually, as I could hear today, find some, let's say, new approach, and we should assist to EMB. But this is not the simple capacity building. They should actually, I think that each election cycle has to be carefully analyzed. Each EMB's performance has to be periodically analyzed after each elections. And education should be continuous. And in all that process that is in front of us, there is a small role, in my opinion, for everyone. First, for international organizations, we mentioned them that are assisting to EMBs. They should protect institutions, definitely, but they should try to speak with one voice and always concentrate to defend international election standards. Other stakeholders should cooperate with election commission, with electoral management bodies, and give them support. That would be very important. And then there is a task for electoral management body. In my opinion, they should change their behavior and they should take proactive role in order to keep the quality and fight all these challenges. But they cannot do that alone. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Irena.
Thank you very much for your conclusions, Irena. Now we have Dr. Leonardo Valdez. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. I am under the impression that in Mexico and in a good part of Latin America and most of a part of Europe, in Eastern Europe, which is very integrated to the European system, we have been able to progress in the democratic building by promoting the participation of the citizens in the decision-making processes. I think that in Mexico, it is very clear that even though we have a very strong electoral body, and we need to say that they have an electoral service which is of excellency. I mean, I'm convinced after having lived 6 years in this institution, one of the biggest strengths of the previous IFE, now INE, is the professional service that they provide, that now is the National Electoral Service, which guarantees impartiality in the organization of elections, the effectiveness of the organization of elections. And I am convinced that that in Mexico has been done very well, and it's not enough. It's not enough to develop democracy because we require, as I was telling you, the participation of the citizenship. And in the Mexican case, the Mexican case is very enlightening because our powerful electoral body places on the hands of the citizens the last mile of the organization of the elections. The citizens are going to be the ones receiving the votes, identifying the citizens, counting the votes. They are the ones that raise the minutes. And I am quite certain that that participation as electoral officials is a huge school for the citizens. I think that millions of citizens that today have as or are participating in or have participated in an election as officials become citizens with a perspective that of citizenship participation, which is much more important. And I'm sure that as well as electoral bodies are orphans, as we have shown, and may be attacked by the power, I think that they have as a great allies the citizens that have organized elections, and they know that they work impartially, and that as a consequence, for sure, they are going to defend democratic institutionality before any attack from the political power. Thank you very much for your invitation and for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Leonardo Valdez. I think that this has been a very interesting discussion. I would like to have another opportunity to continue talking about this, because we have touched on the very important topics. We obviously know that we need to protect electoral bodies. We need to look for avoiding going backwards in the democratic evolution of the countries, and obviously we need to look for the better way, as Irena was mentioning, to communicate and to be hand in hand with the citizens to continue in this process, and also to look for defending the institutions. And I agree with Leonardo Valdez in the lines that the citizens are the ones that are going to be defending the bodies once they are knowledgeable enough and they're clear enough on the work that from the EMBs is being done. So I will also add that those that have been observers in an election have a very wide vision of what the INE does and the different electoral institutes that organize elections in Mexico. But we are running out of time. I hope that we can have another opportunity to make more reflections. I would like to thank all those followers in the social media. I would like to thank Manuel Carrillo and Rafael Riva Palacios that helped us organize this participation. And I would like to thank with a lot of admiration Salvador Romero, Rafael Lopez Pinto, Irena Karchavic, and Leonardo Valdez for all your insights in this number 4 round table. Now we are going to continue with the round number 5, which is reflections on the future of democracy, and the moderator is going to be done by Norma de la Cruz, who is already with us. And I would like to thank all the other followers to this forum. We also are here with Claudia Zavala, that for sure was taking notes of all these insights. Thank you very much Mr. Arturo Núñez, who is one of the founders of the INE, and it was a very important stage for Mexico, because we have been evolving, and we have more and more attributions and powers as time passes by, and we are autonomous from the government. Well, thank you very much, and we will continue with this forum. Thank you very much for your attention, and it has been an honor to be the moderator of this meeting. Thank you very much. Please, Norma, you have the floor.
Gracias, Adriana. Buenas tardes a todas.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to listen to you and to share and learn together. We are going to begin this 5th round on the future of democracy in the framework of the Global Forum of Democracy. In this meeting, or this roundtable, we have 4 personalities. It's an honor to share this virtual roundtable with them, and that is going to be quite enlightening. And we would like to know their perspectives regarding this topic. You already know how are we going to do it. I'm going to make a brief presentation of each one of the panelists, and you are going to have up to 8 minutes to participate. Once we have finished the 4 participations, then we are going to do a summary of 3 minutes each one, and we will have a final round in which you are going to have, as I mentioned, 3 minutes for your final comments. I would like to thank the participation of each one of all the panelists in representation of the INE. And personally, I'm very honored to listen to you and to take this time to have your insights in these times of transition. We are going to reflect on the future of democracy. I am quite excited because this topic can give the ground for an autocriticism for the future of the democracy, with the participation of the citizens and some other academic institutions, because we could not give the steps that adjust to the needs of the current society. On the other hand, we have to reflect on the future of democracy, is to think on the pure exercise of political and legal dialogue among the EMBs and the legislative power, and to take into consideration the political reforms that are setting the pace or setting the starting point of an adjusted transition, organized transition, and which answers to the social needs of the diversity that they conform. And we also need to take into consideration that we are part of an international community, that if in Latin America we do not have this figure, I think that we do have many practical elements of a transnational elements that are intertwined. And to give you some of these aspects, and of course they are going to be addressed by our panelists, is the usage or the impact of the social media as a political tool for candidates, political parties, etc. And the impact has added up for good and for bad. The decision-making process of the electors. Another topic is the implementation of the residents in abroad, which is another factor that is being resetting this closeness to the people that are in our country and outside our country. Also the implementation of the digital vote and other non-personal vote are opening ways to reset the right to vote, which is, non-personal or a virtual vote in our country and outside our country. We also have to take into consideration the legal framework, the political representation system, funding, budgets available, professionalization of those intervening in the electoral processes, and the good governance mechanisms that create trust and citizens in the electoral authorities. So with this introduction, I would like now to give the floor to Patricia Scotland. She is a counselor of the Queen, and she was the General Secretary of the Commonwealth in April 2019. She was born in Dominica, and she went to live in the UK, and she is part of a Caribbean family where she learned to work very hard, to be proud of her inheritance, and to be proud enough to return to the society with which she grew, the ethics that she has learned. She is devoted to the public service and politics. She is an attorney at law, and she was the first woman and the younger one to be appointed as counselor of the Queen. So she has been the general prosecutor in England, Wales, and also in Ireland, North Ireland. And she is also part of she is a counselor of the Bishop Bay in London since 2015. Welcome, Patricia, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. It is my pleasure to be able to join the Forum on democracy today for this discussion on the future of democracy. As Secretary General of the Commonwealth, working to protect and strengthen democracy is central to my work. And we, as many of you will know, are a family of 54 nations encompassing developed and developing economies with a combined population of more than 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. And we are a voluntary association of nations with a shared charter and common values. And our Secretariat derives a clear mandate from the collective will of our heads of government. My task as Secretary General is to execute that mandate. And our charter is underpinned by the commitment to, and I quote, free democratic societies built on the values of peace, security, and prosperity. And as a diverse and varied group of nations, the Commonwealth is uniquely placed to encourage dialogue between member states and to support member states directly to contribute to peace, justice, and strong institutions. And we all know that democracy does not preserve itself automatically. It needs active care, protection, and nurture. And so our work as the Commonwealth must be based on substance, not merely the adoption of democratic forms of a facade of democracy. And the practices and procedures which the Secretariat promotes are based on international standards and good practices. And we know that democracy faces challenges. Crises can destabilize democracies, whether based on conflict, economic disruption, or the pandemic we are living through. So crisis can disrupt democratic norms, culture, and processes. And this is one of the reasons that we work so hard to provide dedicated support to our member states through crises. The other issue is, of course, apathy. Because apathy is a problem for all our democracies. Healthy democracies require active citizens. And if institutions are not strong and governments are not delivering, then the space for apathy to surge increases. And this is why we have developed an implementation toolkit to help our member states with the least capacity to deliver on the priorities of their people. And climate change poses a real long-term challenge for democracy. It is an existential danger and a threat multiplier. It risks the kind of damage and disruption that can undermine and challenge the norms, culture, and process of democracy. And this is one of the reasons tackling climate change is such a high priority for me as Secretary General, and why we work so hard to unlock climate finance and to advocate for climate action at the highest level. In themselves, these are all challenges to democracy, and the list is by no means exhaustive. But there is a specific threat in the confluence of multiple crises that are accelerating at the same time. Health, economic, and environmental strain creates political turmoil. And I very much hope we can talk about this more in our discussion, and I would be interested to hear the views of my fellow panelists. But I want to spend a few moments by way of introduction talking about the work that the Commonwealth Secretariat is doing to protect and to promote democracy. Now, we support the process and culture of democracy through election observation. The Commonwealth has observed more than 160 elections and referenda in 40 countries. And our observer missions are well known and celebrated for their independence, their rigor, and with an unimpeachable reputation drawn, as you know, from using our former presidents, prime ministers, and ministers. Now, we work closely on the ground with the signatories of the Declaration of Principles for Electoral Observation, such as the African Union, ECOWAS, OAS, the European Union, and the national democratic institutions and the Carter Center. But we also continue working with election management bodies throughout the Commonwealth, building their capacity and providing support and assistance to them. Our full cycle approach includes working with member states on electoral and constitutional issues and reforms, including helping member states review processes and implementing recommendations. A big part of this is the role of my good officers for peace. We analyze and anticipate tensions and potential problems, initiating preventative diplomacy and address these issues before they take hold. Now, our work, for example, in Zambia, is a recent success story of this holistic approach. And it was done very quietly, but it was essential in the way it was delivered. I visited Zambia in 2017 when President Hichilema was in prison and worked hard with all the stakeholders, including the government, to negotiate an appropriate resolution of the difficulties between the different parties. Now, using my good officers with the aim of a peaceful election in 2021, we launched the coalition for peaceful elections together with our partners. And this was an attempt to establish an inclusive mechanism for diffusing tensions before they escalated. And in doing so, we were mindful that elections can become flashpoints for tensions and violence. And a key element of this initiative was a public commitment by the presidential candidates to peaceful and credible elections through the signing of a peace pledge. And the peace pledge was designed both to create a path to peace by appealing to the candidates' followers, but also to create accountability for the candidates in honoring the pledge. And as you will have seen, and as I'm sure you were delighted, as we were, a peaceful election and a peaceful transfer of power in Zambia this year took place. And I want to finish my opening remarks with just a comment on multilateralism. The Commonwealth is a multilateral organization and it's part of the international system. But I'm convinced that we need to strengthen multilateral cooperation to circumvent challenges posed by the possibility of rising authoritarianism and democratic backsliding. Because without multilateralism, the aspiration to uphold democratic ideals at the domestic level will inevitably face threats. And the Commonwealth offers a platform for a very diverse membership to have an equal voice on the international stage, acting as a bulwark to strengthen international cooperation. And my ambition is that we can be a beacon of hope, peace, and democratic progress in a world seriously under strain. And it's in the spirit that I enter into this discussion. I'm very much looking forward to taking part. And you raised so many issues about which I'd love to comment in terms of, what is the process of media? How are we going to make sure that it's fair? How do we deal with the fact that there's so many algorithms being used now which distort perceptions? And we've done a lot in relation to making sure we have the voices of women, young people, etc. So it's a quick 8 minutes, but I'm very much looking forward to what everyone else has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patricia. It was a pleasure to listen to you. Ahora voy a ceder la palabra a nuestro siguiente invitado, el doctor Antonio Garrido Rubia, que es
Now I'll give the floor to Dr. Antonio Garrido Rubia, who is Professor of Political Sciences and Vice Dean of the University of Murcia. He has a PhD and has been a professor in the School of Social Sciences of the University of the King Juan Carlos in Madrid. He has published several documents, several papers, one of which is Compare Presidentialism in Latin America and the Conquer of Power. He has participated in different events and fora, especially talking about electoral rights and political participation. So please go ahead, Arturo.
Muchas gracias, Norma. Es un placer para mí saludaros desde España, ya que estamos prácticamente en la noche.
It is already the evening, the night
here. Es un honor para mí compartir
so it is an honor and a pleasure to share with all of you this dialogue, this panel, and this excellent event with so many important individuals participating here and colleagues from Spain and from other countries who I
En
greet
el breve tiempo de que disponemos para hacer
now. So
una
I don't have
semblanza
too
o
much time
una
to
muy breve presentación o
make
aproximación
my
al
opening
futuro de la
remarks
democracia, quiero hacer solamente tres
about the future of
muy
democracy.
precisos
So I would like
apuntes.
to focus on
El
three
primer
main
apunte
points.
que haría
The
es
first one
efectivamente el punto de partida es inevitable y claro. No solo las protestas y movilizaciones
is
que
that
se
the
produjeron
starting
en
point
algunos
is
países
clear. I
latinoamericanos
mean,
como
the protests that
Ecuador,
have occurred
Colombia,
in
Chile,
several
etcétera,
Latin
en el
American
año
countries
19, sino
such as Ecuador, Colombia, Chile,
posteriormente,
Brazil
evidentemente,
in 2019,
la gran
but
pandemia que hemos sufrido todos
also the
en todos
pandemic
los rincones
that
del globo.
we've
Hay que
been in
recordar que América
for
Latina ha
a
sufrido
couple of years
especialmente
now.
esta pandemia. Por
Latin
citar solamente en
America,
30 segundos algunos datos que son verdaderamente
well, I'd like to give you
significativos
just
y
some
muy apreciables.
information that's very significant, I think.
600.000 muertos en marzo del 2021, 23 millones de
people have
contagiados en
died,
América Latina.
29
América
million
Latina, con solo el
infected
8% de
individuals.
la
Latin
población
America
mundial, tiene casi, o tenía en ese
only has
momento,
8%
en
of
marzo de
the
este
world
año,
population, and
casi
in
el
March this
20% de
year
los
had
contagiados,
almost
casi el
20%
30% de los
of infected
fallecidos de todo el mundo.
individuals, and almost
Por otro lado,
30%
la pandemia
of deaths
provocó una
had
gran
occurred
contracción
here.
económica, como
The
todos sabemos,
pandemic
con una caída del PIB
caused
regional
the
de casi el
economy to
8%,
contract
cierre,
almost
según estimaciones, de
8%. The
unas 3
GDP
millones de
dropped
empresas y
regionally.
un incremento del
About 3
desempleo que
million
es difícil
companies
incluso de evaluar.
were forced to shut
Por
down.
tanto,
So,
según algunas evaluaciones quizá
based on
iniciales,
certain
América Latina
initial
prácticamente
assessments, Latin
ha
America
sufrido un retroceso casi
has
de una década, ¿no?
suffered
Podemos decir que esta pandemia
a setback
ha sufrido
of
casi otra década
about
perdida,
10
añadiendo algunas de las
years.
que
So
ya hemos tenido en el pasado. Este
we
sería el preámbulo en
would
el
have
que
to
nos
add
movemos.
that to all the
Y para
years
mí,
and the
como digo,
decades
hay
we've
tres
lost in the past. So
elementos
for
que son
me,
interesantes de reseñar. El primero
there are,
es,
like I said, three important points.
evidentemente,
The
cuál es el
first one
futuro de
is,
la democracia en estas
what is the
condiciones.
future of
Algunos
democracy
dirían,
under
pues es
these
la
conditions?
alternativa
Some people will
iliberal, ¿no? El
say
autoritarismo electoral del que tanto se habla, ¿no? Sin embargo, yo
electoral
pienso que no hay que
authoritarianism
ser
would
tan
be
pesimista, ¿no? Es verdad que el autoritarismo en
one of the
América
main options, but
Latina,
I think we
con
have to be
ciertos
a little
rasgos
bit more
electorales, puede ser
optimistic.
estable en Nicaragua o
Latin
Venezuela,
America,
puede ser inestable en Bolivia,
we
quizá
can
puede
have
ser un
an
horizonte
unstable democracy in
posible,
Nicaragua or
probable
Venezuela,
en El
maybe
Salvador, pero yo creo que
it
no
could
se va a
happen in
extender,
El
¿no? A pesar
Salvador,
de
but
que
I don't
obviamente hoy
think
la
it will
alternativa iliberal
extend
pues, la
too
encarnan
much.
desde la izquierda y desde la derecha figuras muy relevantes y muy conocidas
We
como
have very
Bolsonaro, López
significant
Obrador,
figures such as
Bukele,
Bolsonaro,
etcétera,
López
¿no?
Obrador,
Pero creo que no se
Bukele,
va
and
a
so on.
concretar.
But
Por
I
supuesto, en
think,
México, por ejemplo, estimo que no, en ningún
of course,
caso.
in Mexico,
De manera
it
que para
won't
mí ese
continue to
escenario
get
estaría
worse. So
descartado
I
en
think
cuanto
that
a su
scenario would
extensión por toda América Latina. Segunda
wouldn't
posibilidad.
happen
Muy
in
bien,
all
el
of
resto
Latin
de
America.
países
Now,
del
the second
continente, que
possibility,
incluiría a México,
the rest
¿hacia
of the
dónde
countries
iría?
in the
¿Iría
continent, where I would
hacia una
include
democracia
Mexico,
polarizada? Se habla mucho
where
de
is it
democracias
headed?
polarizadas,
Is it
se habla
going to
mucho
a
de polarización, no
polarized
solo en
democracy? We're
Estados
talking
Unidos o en Europa,
a
sino
lot
que
about
también
democracy,
se
not
habla
only
bastante de
in
este tema en
polarization of
América
this
Latina. Sin
democracy, not
embargo,
only in
en
the
América
US and
Latina,
Europe, but also
desde
in
mi
Latin
punto de
America.
vista,
However,
no
in Latin
hay
America, from my
quizás
point of
estudios muy
view,
concluyentes
there are
sobre
no
la temática,
conclusive
más allá, por ejemplo,
studies
de las
on this
publicaciones de
topic.
tipo periodístico, incluso
There's
sociológico. Bueno, aquí tenemos al
only,
profesor Pérez Liñán, que es una
I
autoridad,
mean, we
por
have
supuesto,
a
en
Professor
temas
Pérez Liñán,
latinoamericanos,
who
y a quien
is an
saludo,
authority in Latin
obviamente,
America
como uno de sus grandes
in
lectores
these topics, and I'm one of
y
your
seguidores en sus
fans and
publicaciones.
followers and
Y, por ejemplo, también en el caso
avid
argentino,
readers. And
quizás podríamos
also in the
decir
case of
que la grieta en
Argentina,
Argentina es una
we
obviedad y se
could
habla mucho en
say
términos sociológicos, en términos periodísticos, pero yo, por ejemplo, no he
that
visto en el caso argentino
they
todavía
have
un
a lot of
análisis,
issues there, but I haven't seen
digamos,
in the case of
minucioso,
Argentina
sistemático
a detailed and
sobre la
systematic
polarización en
analysis
términos
on
afectivos primordialmente, que para mí
polarization.
sería la grieta, ¿no? En términos de lo que los argentinos hablan normalmente, ¿no? Para mí, grieta, en el
So
sentido
for
de
me,
polarización afectiva, es
the
decir, entendida
divide
como
would
el
be
rechazo hacia un partido
a
o incluso hacia
rejection
un bloque o
towards
grupo
a
de partidos
specific
que
party or
forman
a
parte
block of
de ese mismo bloque
individuals or
ideológico
parties
por
that
parte de
are part
electores
of
que forman
the
parte
same
o que están muy
ideology,
identificados con otro tipo de partido u otro
or
bloque
that
ideológico.
identify themselves with another
Entendida la
block.
grieta o las grietas en este sentido, yo creo que solamente
So
Argentina
I
y tal
think
vez
that only
Bolivia podríamos
Argentina and
hablar, en
maybe
esos casos podríamos
Bolivia,
hablar de democracias
in
polarizadas,
those
¿no?
cases we
En cambio,
could talk about
las primeras
polarized
estimaciones que yo he
democracies,
podido ver, aunque creo que
but
son análisis todavía tentativos e
I
incipientes,
think this is
la
just a
polarización
very
afectiva y por
incipient
tanto la polarización de las democracias en América
analysis, but the
Latina
polarization of
no
democracies
es
in Latin America
exactamente un
is
problema
not
desde mi punto de vista si lo comparamos
an issue from my point of view if we compare
europeos,
that
¿no? Por citar un simple
with
indicador,
European
un
countries,
índice que manejan ahora muchos estudiosos en
an index
polarización
that's
afectiva.
used a
Los
lot
países
for
latinoamericanos
effective
están en el orden
polarization.
de 3 o 3,5.
Latin American countries are about
Brasil,
3 or
México,
3.5,
Perú, por
Brazil,
ejemplo,
Mexico,
pero en
Peru.
Europa tenemos
And in Europe,
los países en el 5 y
we
en el
have
6, por
countries
ejemplo.
in 5 or 6.
Para mí, por encima del 4 ya es una
So
polarización
above 4,
afectiva
we do
muy
have an
importante, ¿no?
important
Quizá
polarization.
3,
Maybe
bueno, podría ser una
3
polarización
is
media, se
a
puede hablar de
medium
una
polarization.
polarización en términos quizá intermedios, ¿no? No es ni la polarización de Estados Unidos,
It's
ni
not
la
the
polarización
polarization
tan
that
baja, por
exists in the
ejemplo, que hay en
US
algunas
or the
sociedades también
really low polarization that
avanzadas, ¿no?
exists
Pero yo
in
creo que
some
no hay un
other
problema de
advanced
polarización afectiva
societies.
todavía en América Latina.
So
Me
I
atrevería
think
a
this
decir
issue is
que
not
quizá lo que hay,
quite big
utilizando
enough
otro
or
término que se
large
utiliza mucho en
in
Estados
Latin America yet.
Unidos,
And the
es que
term that
quizá
is
lo que
widely
hay es
used in the
un
US
cierto
is
partidismo negativo, ¿no? Es decir, lo que hay
negative
comparativamente
partisanship,
desde
and
el
that's
punto de
what I
vista
think
en
happens
América
in Latin
Latina
America. From
es
my point
partidismo
of view,
negativo, que
in
no es
Latin America we
polarización
have that
afectiva, es más
negative
bien el
partisanship,
rechazo
which is not
hacia un partido o hacia un bloque o
effective
grupo de
polarization. It's
partidos
just a rejection
por
towards
parte de los votantes o de los
a party
electores
or a group of party from the voters
que no presentan una fuerte identificación, por
that
ejemplo,
are not
con
strongly
otros
identified
partidos, ¿no?
with
Que son
these
votantes
parties,
de partidos rivales,
or that they
pero
are
que no
voters
se identifican mucho con sus partidos. Es
from
decir, no
other
se
parties,
identifican
but
mucho con
those
sus
really
partidos, pero sí
identify
rechazan
with
y
their
odian
party
a los
that much,
líderes de los
but they
partidos
reject and they hate the
opuestos,
leaders of the
detestan
opposition
a sus
parties.
votantes, ¿no?
They
Como decís en
hate
Estados
their
Unidos,
voters.
sonríe Aníbal, ni siquiera permitirían que se casara sus hijos, ¿no? Con
Just
votantes
like
de los partidos rivales. Yo creo
Probably they
que
wouldn't
en
even
América
let
Latina no
their
pasa esto,
children
como
get
sucede en
married
Estados Unidos.
to
Yo creo que no hay
children
tanta
from
polarización
people
afectiva,
who
o la
support that
polarización
party.
afectiva
So
puede
I
ser,
think that effective
puede situarse en términos medios. Yo creo que
polarization
lo que sí hay es
is
un
not that
gran
large in
partidismo
Latin America,
negativo,
like
o
I
mucho
said
partidismo
before,
negativo.
but we
Pero me
do have a
gustaría ver
lot of
análisis
negative
que midieran
partisanship. But I would like
exactamente
to
tanto
see
un
analysis
concepto
and
como
studies
otro
that
para poder decir,
measure
pues estas
both
democracias están
concepts to say,
polarizadas
okay,
y
these
estas
democracies
no,
are
por ejemplo,
polarized
¿no?
and these
Es decir,
aren't.
para mí a lo mejor los países que son más claramente autoritarios, como Venezuela o
Countries that are more authoritarian,
Nicaragua,
such
pues están
as
claramente
Venezuela
polarizados.
or
A lo mejor
Nicaragua.
podría haber países polarizados como Argentina con su famosa grieta, pero yo creo que otros países
Might be the case, but
latinoamericanos
other Latin American countries,
lo que tienen más bien en sí mismos es partidismo negativo, ¿no?
what they
Partidismo
have
negativo,
is, like
que
I
además
said
está vinculado
before, is
con
negative
esos altos
partisanship. So
niveles, por ejemplo, que tiene América Latina de la falta de organizaciones partidistas fuertes.
that is
No hay
connected
partidos
to
fuertes,
the
por lo
lack
tanto,
of
es difícil que haya
organization in political parties in Latin
polarización afectiva
America.
donde no hay partidos fuertes, sino partidos
So
muy
if there's
débiles,
no
a veces
strong
simples
political
plataformas
parties
electorales
and
de
just
candidatos
weak
que se
political
lanzan
parties, as
a
is
la
the case in
aventura.
Latin America,
Y termino muy
this
brevemente
could happen. And I would like to
señalando
wrap up
que para
by
mí el tercer
saying
rasgo, este sí que lo considero predicable o aplicable a América Latina, es la desafección democrática. Pero como hay otro panel que creo
is
que aborda de manera minuciosa
disenfranchisement with
con un
the
enfoque claro
democracy. But I think
este tema de la
there's
desafección,
another
solo voy a mencionar
forum, another
que
panel
efectivamente todos
that's
los
dedicated to this.
estudios, todas las encuestas, los informes de opinión pública subrayan y coinciden
So
en
everyone
que
is
el respaldo a la
highlighting the
democracia
fact
sigue cayendo en
that
América Latina y que ha pasado
trust in democracy has
prácticamente, por
continued to
ejemplo,
drop in Latin
citar
America.
solamente
And just to
uno, ¿no?
quote
Que ha pasado
one,
globalmente del 70 al 58% en apenas
it has
7
gone
años,
from
¿no?
70
Yo
to
diría, en un análisis que
58%
estaba
the approval of
haciendo
democracy in Latin
hace
America,
unas
just 10
semanas
years.
con el profesor Nolan, otro
So a few
panelista
weeks ago with
muy
the
ilustre
Professor Nolan,
y muy admirado por todos nosotros,
a very
este
dear
foro,
friend of ours,
que se ha producido un
who was
retroceso
here in the
claro de la
morning, I
democracia
said
en
that
América Latina
there's
de entre 10 y 15 puntos
backsliding with
porcentuales en la mayoría de los
democracy
países del continente, y
between
quizá lo que se
10
está
and 15
produciendo
percentage points in Latin
precisamente
America,
esta cierta
usually.
desafección
So
democrática, y en
this
términos quizá de la literatura que nosotros
is
solemos
definitely
manejar como
happening, and
politólogos, tal vez lo que se está produciendo es una cierta desconsolidación en
what
aquellos
we
países
see
donde
is
la democracia estaba
what
más
we would
avanzada o más
call a
consolidada
lack of
en el ámbito
consolidation
actitudinal, ¿no? Por mencionar la clásica distinción que siempre han hecho Lindsay y
here to make
Stefan, ¿no? En el
the
ámbito de
classic
las actitudes
distinction that we have
políticas de los
seen
ciudadanos,
in
¿no? Quizá este sí sería un
political
problema
literature. So this could
importante, ¿no? El de
be
la
a
desafección
relevant
democrática. Por tanto, para mí,
issue,
el futuro de la
backsliding
democracia en
democracy.
América
So for
Latina es
me, the
mantener
future of
estos
democracy in Latin
parámetros que
America
acabo de
is
mencionar.
based on
Desafección democrática, quizá
focusing on
desconsolidación en
these
el
3
ámbito
points.
actitudinal de algunos países países o de algunas
backsliding of
democracias,
democracy,
partidismo negativo más que
negative partisanship, even more so
más
than
bien que polarización afectiva.
than
Esto sería para mí
effective
quizá un resumen
polarization. So for me, this would be a very, very
esquemático muy
a high
telegráfico
level
de dónde
a
están las
summary
democracias hoy y dónde creo que van a continuar
of
en
democracies
el
today
futuro.
and
Por supuesto,
where I
como
think
ya he dicho
they're
al
headed in
principio,
the future.
descarto el
So,
escenario del
like I said at
autoritarismo
the
electoral
beginning,
extendido a otros países
I
latinoamericanos,
don't think
más allá de los que mencioné.
electoral
Y es
authoritarianism will continue
Estas serían mis
to
tres grandes
extend in Latin
reflexiones
America.
para
So
no
these will
consumir más
be
tiempo. Muchas gracias.
my comments, my
Y
opening
le cedo
remarks.
la
Thank you very
palabra al
much.
siguiente
And
interviniente
now
una
I
vez
would
que
like
nos
to give the
presente.
floor to Norma again. Thank you very much, Antonio. Now we'll give the floor to Aníbal Pérez Liña from the University of Notre Dame to continue with this reflection. Please go ahead, Aníbal. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this event. It is a pleasure to be with all of you today. It is wonderful to be here. Of course, democracy is facing immediate and severe challenges. We've heard about many of these challenges, radicalization and negative partisanship, just like Antonio was mentioning, the electoral negation of that Salvador Romero mentioned, and all these issues usually make us focus on the challenges for the survival of democracy, I think, in the following 5 or 10 years. But something that I found really interesting is what's the future of democracy in the long term? Can democracy as we know it today, can it survive the 21st century? And around this question, I would like to focus on 3 main ideas. The first one is that I think that the way of government that we know as democracy is a very new and potentially frail way to govern and way to rule. And I think there's many reasons to think that democracy will emerge as a resilient force in the 21st century. And my third point is that if we could see the democracy of the late 21st century, it would probably be difficult to recognize for us, just like today's democracy would be difficult to conceive for people from the beginning of the 20th century or the 19th century. So what I wanted to say is that modern democracy is extremely new in historical terms. The idea that there are Republican representative regimes that can rule nations, huge nations with hundreds of millions of individuals, is something that just came about in the 19th century. It evolved during the 20th century, and really it has the configuration that we know, what we know, the form of democracy that we know, it just started being shaped after Second World War. So I think this democracy, current democracy, would be better described as a representative republic for the masses. It is based, of course, on the Roman Republic, combined with principles of rule of law that are inspired in the stage of the Illumination, and of course with universal principles and rights that justifies this name of the democracy that really was originated in Athens. So just to give you a little bit of context, the Roman Republic that I mentioned before collapsed 5 centuries after it was founded. So the idea of a method of government that has been really dominant in the world for only the last 30 years, thinking that that is its survival is guaranteed, I think is not very logical way of thinking. I think that the way of government between pairs, between peers, between equals has been extremely rare for mankind. Statistically, we have had more monarchies by far. And the traditional monarchy has lost legitimacy in the modern world, but the idea of a government led by a charismatic leader, that idea has not lost any legitimacy. So I think that we're currently seeing several regimes that claim to be a republic, but they are de facto monarchies. There are leaders that want to rule for the remainder of their lives, and we see this pattern in several places in the world. The case of Nicaragua is very evident. We see something similar in El Salvador as well. So these liberal republics for the masses which is what I call modern democracies, have an advantage, a structural advantage. They are highly adaptable. They are highly adaptable for the mistakes in public policies. They are also highly adaptable for before the new production forces, because historically the rule of law goes hand in hand with capitalist development, unless it's just an extractive capitalism, and they're more adaptable versus the new social forces. So I think that these liberal republics for the masses have a structural advantage for the 21st century. But my last point is that the democracy of the future, this democracy that will probably outlive us, if we were able to see it by the end of the 21st century, we wouldn't really recognize it as a democracy, because we are undergoing huge transformations. And the transformation of democracy historically implies a permanent and ongoing expansion of the citizenship. Let's think about the concept of democracy at the beginning of the 20th century, which didn't include women, didn't include populations that were not coming from Europe. And this was completely normal back then. Right now, there are exclusions that are normal for us. People underage or foreigners. There are a lot of exclusions that might change with time. So the transformation of democracy historically implies a permanent expansion of the rights of the citizens and the ways in which people can participate, and also the cultural, social, and economic rights of individuals. And I think we're also seeing an expansion of the concept of sovereignty itself. And here I'd like to highlight something that was mentioned by Norma and by Patricia, and it's this idea that supranational law, I think, will be in the future a mechanism to protect this expansion of rights. We see the role that the Electoral Court of the European Union has had on protecting rights in Poland. So I think that this transformation of democracy will mean not only expanding the borders of the citizenship for people that right now we don't consider part of the demos, expanding the rights beyond our current expectations, but also expansion of the concept of sovereignty in a way that goes beyond or transcends the borders of national sovereignty as we conceive it right now. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Aníbal. It was wonderful to listen to your comments. And to wrap up, we would give the floor to Richard. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And I'd like to thank Lorenzo Córdoba and all the INE officials for hosting this wonderful forum for democracy. It is a great opportunity to exchange ideas, and we're very thankful for having two very important people here in the process. The first chairman of IFE, Arturo Núñez, and also Lorenzo Valdez, who was present in the previous panel. So I'm going to try to focus on certain points that we have touched upon this morning. First of all, I'd like to discuss the importance of an independent electoral management as the key to guarantee an electoral process that is credible and has integrity. So that's what I'm going to focus on for the next few minutes.
Last year, International IDEA undertook an interesting initiative with the call to defend democracy, to raise the issue of the threat of COVID-19 and pandemics to the democratic process. Fortunately, what we have seen in reality is that election management bodies, EMBs, have risen to the occasion, and in most cases, elections have gone off well, and we've had high turnouts. In the US, it was the highest turnout in 120 years. So that shows that there was a certain level of confidence in the measures that were being taken by the election authorities. However, one of the things that we also realize is that the pandemic itself, while it raises the threat level against democracy, we also need to be conscious of another virus, the virus of authoritarianism. And we've talked quite a bit about that here today. We heard earlier from Danielle Zuvato and then Larry Diamond, who talked about the recession of Huntington's third wave of democracy. It's quite troubling that just between the period 2015 and 2019, we had more countries that transitioned out of democracy than transitioned in. And I think that underscores the crux of our discussions here today. I had the opportunity when I was with IFAS to participate in the third wave of democracy. It was a very exciting time, and it really was a tsunami of freedom that we saw go all around the world. The United States, for example, embraced democracy as one of the pillars of US foreign policy, and it also played a major role in launching several of the key organizations that have worked in democratic transition, such as IFAS and the National Endowment for Democracy, NDI, and the like. What I learned at IFAS, and what I think IFAS also embraced as a philosophy, at least in the very beginning, was we learned three things. First off, democracy must be homegrown. The second thing is that there is no perfect model for democratic elections. Each country has to adjust to the conditions on the ground. And then the final thing is the importance of independent election administration. What we have seen over the course of the last 2 years is quite shocking. In 2020, in the US, we saw the impact of the reckless politicians and their supporters with regard to threats against election administrators and the institutions. Here in Mexico, we saw similar threats that were implemented this year in 2021 against the INE. The INE president, Lorenzo Cordoba, and the counselors were even threatened merely because of doing their job. So it's a difficult time to be an election administrator. But the big challenge that we've seen this past year and now is the big lie. Of course, President Trump still claims that he won the election in a massive landslide. I'm not sure what he was drinking. Supposedly he doesn't drink. Maybe he should. Things might get better. But I also realize that the sad thing is that a recent NBC poll shows 2/3 of Republican voters don't believe that Joe Biden was the illegitimately elected president, and they believe the election was rigged. Now, what can you say about that? Perhaps turning to Mark Twain works out well. No amount of evidence can ever convince an idiot. So what can you say? And sadly, the big lie has gone on to help autocrats in other countries. In Myanmar, it was the basis for the coup against the government of Aung San Suu Kyi. We've also seen it used as an excuse by other authoritarian regimes to manipulate their elections systems and also to throw their opponents into jail. In terms of the future, I have to admit, I am cautiously optimistic. And one of the reasons is because over the course of the last 30 years, as we have seen here today, from the broad participation from all areas of the globe, there were some real strides made in advancing democracy. We saw a number of institutions like CAPEL in Costa Rica, a lot of regional networks of election officials like the Association for European Election Officials, bilateral development agencies began to fund election assistance projects. And we even saw countries, election management bodies like INE, that were giving and have been giving substantial support and training support to election management bodies around the world. What I think is that we need to really focus on what can we do to consolidate the gains that we have made, and what are a few things that we can do in thinking going forward. Obviously, election training is an important area, and also voter education. Election management bodies have to become nimble in discrediting false and fake news related to the election process. We really should engage civil society organizations more. Many EMBs are not fond of them. It's important that we begin to think of them as allies and not as foes. Groups such as Alma Civica in Paraguay and Transparencia Electoral in Argentina. So we've seen a lot of progress that has been made, but of course the challenges are ahead of us. The whole issue of voting equipment and election technology was discussed. Yes, there can be problems with it, but I think Terry Solani put his finger on it, that it's an issue that election administrators have to focus on going forward, perhaps using tools such as independent election testing and verifiable paper trails. So just to close, I want to say that election administrators are the guardians of democracy. They guarantee the results at the ballot box. And so we must all dedicate ourselves to making sure that every voice is heard and that every vote is counted. As President Benito Juarez said, democracy is the destiny of humanity. Freedom is its indestructible arm. Que viva la democracia. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Richard. Ha sido, bueno, vamos a...
Thank you very much, Richard. It is quite interesting and quite enlightening how these four positions are intertwining, from remembering where we're coming from, why do we have this system, how have we built the system, all the challenges that we have had and the new challenges in face of us. And you were giving us several examples of these polarized democracies in several countries, not only in Latin America, but also in the United States. We observed this with the presidential election, how those signs that are speaking about the risk of going backwards, the challenge of a pandemic has changed the idea and the conception on how do we organize ourselves socially speaking, and how do we conceive all these processes that have to be more inclusive, that we have to widen the rights. We are in the era of widening our rights, and obviously one of the risks that is fighting with this democratic consolidation is in the evolution. The system that our grandkids are going to live is going to be very different to the one that we are living today. We cannot set aside the impact of new technologies, social media, the impact of fake news, where we have seen that there is already a pattern on how they are using them to discredit situation, processes, etc. It is important, and something that Patricia was saying, that democracy is not going to defend by itself, that it requires an active implication of the citizens. And we have to speak about the professionalization, electoral authorities, and this process that has to be done with the citizens. And we are very clear that after all these years, the democracy, the citizen participation is not something that is happening to the citizens. It's something that we have to build together with the citizens. We have to take all these elements into account to solve these hindrances and to identify all the obstacles and the hindrances that we have for these processes. And it has to go hand in hand from this global perspective. I mean, we are not alone. We are all in a fabric of interdependency regarding policy, economy, etc. And all these aspects have an impact in the quality of our democracies and the future of the democracies that we are building and developing. And we have these huge topics that are impacting it, like, for example, climate change, the health crisis that we are facing, and all this is part of these huge challenges that are going to outline the democracy that we are building for our future generations. We're going to continue with the next part, and I am going to give once again the floor to each one of our guests in the same order to share with us your final remarks. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I want to thank very much the three participants to this section, because I think there are some really very powerful comments that were made, not least that I think we are all in agreement that democracy is probably the best system that we have. The question is, how can we make sure it survives? And it was clear from many of the things that Richard identified that we need to really strengthen that democracy by giving our institutions, our individuals, better support in terms of what actually works. And in the Commonwealth, it's a really interesting opportunity for us, because of course, in those 54 countries, the largest of which is India, with 1.36 billion, the smallest of which is Nauru with 10 or 11,000, they all are seeking to deliver the democratic principles which are inculcated into the Charter. And so the rule of law, the strong institutions, the strong values are bolstering them up. But the question is, how do you enable our member states to stay true to those principles? And in the Commonwealth, we've developed the Commonwealth CMAG, which is the Ministerial Action Group, which really is able to help persuade, support member states to stay on track. But I think it would be right, from what everyone has said, to just accept that democracy as we know it is under serious threat, and that unless we take active steps to bolster it, it won't survive as we would like it. And so I would certainly say that the things that we are trying to do in the Secretariat, which is create Commonwealth good practice, Commonwealth legislation, Commonwealth framework regulation, Commonwealth framework steps for the bodies. This can help strengthen, because having this commonality of understanding of what good democracy and good democratic processes look like is really going to make a difference. And I really would like to endorse what Richard has said in relation to the importance of those electoral bodies and the need to really engage with them, and so we hone their skills. But I think it's really going to take all of us, and it's that sharing, that the knowledge, and being aware that if we do not fight for our democracy, we will lose it. And being able to call people out is absolutely a critical part of what we all have to do, because the civil rights movement, many of us thought was a once and for all event, but it isn't. It's a day-to-day reality. And if we want democracy, every one of us are going to have to work for it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Patricia. Vamos a continuar.
Thank you very much, Patricia. We are going to continue with our next guest. Antonio, please, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Norma.
Thank you very much, Norma. My final remarks.
Comenté al principio.
Reaffirm what I made at the beginning. I share and I am in agreement with the insights that my peers have done in this meeting, in this roundtable, and I would only like to add, besides the aspects that I have mentioned about the increase of the disacceleration of democracy in the last years in Latin America, what I would state additionally, not as a conclusion, but an additional event, is that for sure we're going to have new leadership types. We are seeing already some different formulas of leadership in Latin America. And I always say that presidentialism is associated with weak parties. This is something that, except for the history of one country, as how the legislation influences in them. But typically in all the presidential systems, i.e. Mexico or Philippines or South Korea, we are always funding weak parties.
Esta debilidad de los partidos políticos que también se puede
this weakness of the political parties that could be linked to what I was telling you before, the negative partism is where the partisan systems were more structured, like the case of Mexico, for example, which has always been a very robust or strong system of parties, like different from Peru or in other cases that practically political parties disappeared. And they have a huge political activity. So in countries that are more structured, like in Mexico, we are experiencing not the presence of the outsider, which precisely because of the weakness of the parties that I am saying you, but we were observing that they have more sound parties, and then we have new types of leaders appearing that are dissident, to call them in some way, because these are leaders that were politically formed or educated, and then they started their own parties, like, for example, current president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. So they are not outsiders, they are dissidents from other from other parties that have that are as a result of this fragmentation or political fragmentation. Or if we go to Brazil or to Uribe in Colombia, for example, they are not outsiders, but they are dissidents, what the Americans used to call, the North Americans used to call mavericks. So we will continue seeing outsiders, but we will see more and more in the countries where we have had a more democratic soundness or stability. We will see these new leaders that I call dissidents. And I think that this, at the end of the day, is not going to be a negative issue, but it's going to enlighten and to enrich all the experience to the democracy that we are having in Latin America, which is so rich and obviously it's worth of study.
interés
obviously
siempre por
it
todos
is
nosotros. Quiero despedirme
interesting for all of us.
sin
And I would
más,
like
agradeciendo
to
nuevamente
thank you once
al
again
Instituto la
for
amabilidad, por la
my
invitación,
participation.
felicitándolo
Thank
por
you
este
for your
extraordinario foro
invitation to
que
the
han tenido a bien
Institute
organizar,
for
por
the
supuesto
extraordinary
agradeciendo
forum that
tanto
you
a
have
Lorenzo
organized. We would
Córdoba
like to thank
como a
Lorenzo
don Leonardo
Córdoba,
Valdés,
as well as Leonardo Valdés, the counselor, the president councilors of the Institute, your kind invitation to be part of this interesting
foro
forum that you have
Así que
organized.
sin más, me despido.
So without further ado, thank you very much, and have a very good day from Spain. Thank you very much, Antonio. Now we are going to give the floor to Aníbal to listen to his final remarks. Thank you, Norma. I think that what distinguishes this current historic moment is that we are living a situation in which attacks to democracy are coming from inside the democracy itself. The same leaders that have been chosen by the democratic processes, the ones that are eroding the economy of other democratic institutions. So I think that it is paramount to think about this and to rescue something that I think it's paramount or fundamental, which is the idea of the collective defense of democracy, the idea of that we need to build a global network to support democratic processes and to offer solidarity to the institutions that are in risk. Along these lines, I think that what Patricia was mentioning is fundamental to build international standards on good democratic practices in Latin America. The Latin American Court of International Human Rights has taken some important decisions along these lines recently, which are quite welcome. But I think that it's the responsibility of all of us to build this collective defense network for democracy. So in the spirit of this idea, I would like to simply conclude by telling you that I feel solidary to the bodies that are with us today and that are defending on a daily basis the autonomy of these bodies, not only in Latin America but also in the United States, for example. I would like to tell you that I feel that I agree with all those bodies that are defending the autonomy of the judiciary power, not only in Latin America, but I would also like to tell you that I agree with all the colleagues in the academic arenas that are fighting to defend their autonomy on a daily basis. For example, I think in our peers in the center of in the research and in the research center right now, economic research center right now. That's why, like as well as Antonia, would like to thank you for the effort that you have done to articulate this forum, and thank you for your invitation to participate in it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aníbal. Now we are going to give the floor to Richard for his final remarks. The floor is yours.
Tu micrófono, Richard.
Your microphone, Richard, please. You are in mute. Thank you.
Gracias. And I wanted to thank you, our wonderful moderator, who has done a great job of keeping us on time. I want to take the opportunity also to again thank Lorenzo Córdoba and all the counselors of INE for their initiative in supporting this event. This is my second time. The first time I came was 10 years ago, which was, I believe was the first one. We had a couple of wonderful people who aren't with us anymore, but we think about them. Carlos Urruti from Uruguay and Juan Ignacio Garcia from Chile. But it's wonderful to see how this event has really mushroomed into a major opportunity for people to share ideas like this on how we can defend democracy. So I thank INE and also Manuel Carrillo and his team for organizing this event. Just to touch on a few things, I really want to thank the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, for rightly putting the agenda of climate change on the agenda. That's an issue that definitely is intertwined with democracy, and it impacts many of the countries that are members of the Commonwealth, such as Dominica, many others. So the other point I wanted to make was with regard to our colleague from Jamaica, the Ombudsman for Political Affairs. She talked about some of the interesting initiatives that are being undertaken there to promote not only civic education, but also education in the schools. And this is something that I personally have felt has been long needed in the US. Civics have not been given the same level of importance that they should. And I just hope that in the future, educators and also perhaps election management bodies can get together to work on putting more curriculum in the schools. One other issue, tomorrow you will be hearing from a panel talking about election reform and so-called election reform. I would warn everyone to be very careful in analyzing these so-called election reform initiatives, because in many respects, I think that they're just Trojan horses and represent a mechanism to try to either undermine or dismantle independent election administration, or to really undermine the whole democratic process. So in conclusion, I just want to again say that we all are here because we love democracy, we believe in it. Election administrators in particular, in my view, are the unsung heroes of the whole democratic movement, because people don't really pay much attention to voter registration or poll worker training until things go wrong, and then they hear a lot about it. But I think that given the discussion we've had here today, election administrators are the ones that are really helping to keep the barbarians, and I'm talking about the autocrats from the gate, and really helping to guide us. Countries are stepping up. The US, I think, is again becoming engaged as a leader in democracy promotion, but it's a good thing that we've had also many other countries and regions that have come together. And I think for that reason, I am quite optimistic about the future. And we look forward to a day when the entire planet will live under democracy. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Richard. Well,
thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much to every one of our panelists. I think that we can conclude that this roundtable has been completely enlightening, not only because of the insights, the points of views, the experiences, and the novel ideas that were captured from these experiences in the performance, not only in the jobs, but the theory, the teachings, and it shows together that these are the ideas and the reflections that we have to do so that we effectively can reach that moment where we can all live under a democracy and peace. Thank you very much to all the panelists, to those that were with us in this forum. And with this roundtable, we are ending today's activities in the forum, and we are looking forward for having tomorrow our second day of the forum. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Anibal. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you to all of you. Antonio, thank you very much.